Hello, everybody. Welcome to another session, a very important and keynote session by Dr. Joanna Newman in this STAR conference. I'm very, very pleased to moderate or be with her at this session. It's Human Rights Day today, and it's very appropriate that we have Dr. Joanna Newman, who's written a brilliant book about titled Nearly the New World, about refugees from Nazi Germany trying to find shelter and refuge, being turned down by governments, other agencies, immigration authorities, and desperately moving from place to place. The reason I mention this is because between that time and now, with respect to the plight of refugees, little seems to have changed, because we are now witnessing around the world populism, isolationist attitudes. There are alternative facts being manufactured, and the refugee crisis is an ever-present one right now. And here we have an extraordinarily sensitive scholar. It's a very moving book. It's also inspired a film on one of the Jewish refugees. It's called The Last Goldfish, I think. And so we are really fortunate that we have Dr. Joanna Newman with us on Human Rights Day. She is, of course, the Chief Executive and Secretary General of the Association of Commonwealth Universities. She is a Senior Research Fellow in the Department of History at King's College in London. She's an Honorary Research Fellow at the University of Southampton. And she's taught history at University College London and at Warwick. And she was, in 2014, awarded an MBE in recognition of her work promoting higher education internationally. And she's also been a writer and presenter on BBC's Radio 4, the Archive Hour, Caribbean Jerusalem, it was called. We couldn't find this is a wonderful occasion, and we look forward to hearing you having been at the helm of the Association of Commonwealth Universities through 2 very, very difficult years of the pandemic, with a lot of uncertainty still ahead of us. But we need your inspiration to ensure that our universities actually end up making the world a better place. How is that to happen? Over to you, Dr. Newman.
Thank you so much for such a generous introduction. And on Human Rights Day, as you say, reminding us of the plight of refugees and how sadly, since the Second World War, there are more refugees and displaced people in the world than there ever have been before. And in fact, their plight is more desperate. And in the European context, where we see it daily, it's deadly. And so actually the role that universities have in unplanned migration and panic migration might be the subject of another conference that I would very gladly participate in. But as you say, I've been invited here today to speak to this conference on what we've learned and what I think are the pressing issues still for higher education. I'm really delighted to be able to join you today, albeit virtually, and I've had the pleasure of visiting OPJGU University on a number of occasions, both in my role at the Association of Commonwealth Universities, but also indeed when I was Vice Principal International at King's College London. And I remember those visits very fondly, and I hope that we will be seeing each other in person in the near future. I want to talk today about the challenges that higher education institutions, and if someone could share my slides, the first slide, please, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. If we go to that slide, thank you. I want to talk about the challenges that higher education institutions globally. If you go back to the first slide, please. Thank you. Have been facing in the past 18 months, and about the opportunities that lie ahead for the sector. And by sector, I mean universities around the world. I've got the privilege to represent a really diverse range of universities. We have over 500 members in 53 countries across the Commonwealth. And of course, all of our institutions have witnessed differently how the pandemic has affected them. And one of the questions posed by our hosts today was, how has the pandemic exposed fundamental disparities between privileged and non-privileged universities? And how can governments and universities address this issue? In my attempt to answer this, I want to focus particularly on the very clear digital divide that has become apparent during the pandemic, both externally, but also internally within institutions, a double digital divide, if you like. And while it's a significant challenge, I think it also brings innovation and leadership opportunities. And I want to showcase today just some examples of how universities across the world have been addressing these challenges and building on them to create a better world for their communities. Could we go to the next slide, please? Universities are part of a vital education ecosystem, and ensuring equitable access to quality higher education is, we think, at the ACU, essential to realising all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations have set us. The pandemic presented a unique opportunity to realise the untapped potential of online delivery for inclusive and equitable education. Digital collaboration, including blended learning and virtual mobility, can widen access to higher education, including an international student experience at scale, opening up new opportunities to more students. And while the rapid shift to online learning was accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, there are new opportunities, but it also emphasised existing inequalities. The digital divide exists within countries and institutions as well as between countries. Lockdowns and subsequent campus closures have highlighted issues of digital access and equity. And to ensure access to higher education, the digital divide must be addressed. And this is one of the issues we will be taking to the Commonwealth Education Ministers Conference that we hope will be held in Nairobi in April, and the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda in June. While some universities have been able to embrace an evolution to online and use the opportunity to strengthen their distance learning curricula, the rapid transition has also highlighted major discrepancies in digital access and usage globally. And for ACU universities, 2/3 of which are in low and middle income countries, and 156 in India alone, stark disparities persist in internet connectivity and infrastructure. Next slide, please. We at the ACU conducted a digital engagement survey. You can see the main results on this slide in May 2020, and it was designed to capture the short-term impacts of COVID-19 on the working habits of staff, students, and university leaders. The survey sought to answer the following key questions. What's the current picture of digital connectivity and activity? What has the effect of COVID-19 been on online and distance learning, and how might this evolve in the future? How has research been affected by campus closures and lockdowns? What are the implications for undertaking research now and in the near future? And what does the segmented analysis tell us about digital equality and how this intersects with national contexts or other inequalities? And the result, as I've just said, highlighted a double digital divide within institutions where senior staff would have access to much better equipment than more junior staff or students, and also places to work. And it's not just about a fast, stable connection, but also the devices, data costs, and infrastructure to enable online learning to happen. And for what for some may have felt like a seamless transition, was for others a huge daily challenge. More encouragingly, though, the findings also suggested that the rapid switch online may have boosted perceptions of the quality of online teaching and learning, and looks set to last. The expansion of online learning in response to the pandemic and the huge challenges that came with it present a window of opportunity, not only to use the lessons learnt to build stronger, more resilient institutions, but also widening access to higher education. But this potential will only be realised if governments and institutions take swift action to ensure no one is left behind in the shift online. With online and blended provision set to be the predominant model for universities in the short to medium term, it is essential we begin to explore potential solutions to improve connectivity, address the divide, and assess the implications for equity and quality to access online and blended learning, research activity, and international partnerships and collaborations. Next slide, please. And in this, in the results of the survey and the policy that we're formulating from it, we recognise that students and staff want in-place teaching. The physical place, the locale, is very, very important, but so are the advances made in online learning, and perhaps we might come to that in the questions. In a great example of innovative leadership and seizing opportunities, we have wonderful instances of ACU members collaborating with telecommunications companies, for example, to facilitate the provision of affordable or free access to the internet for students accessing education-related websites and information, including Wits University in South Africa and Ashesi University in Ghana. More widely, there are a number of developments in online delivery that can really create a step change in providing access to both staff and students. Blended learning, for example. Globally, we've seen universities switch to online at an unprecedented pace and speed. And given the pressures, if you think about them, on higher education systems in the Commonwealth, the massive demand for higher education, yet the lack of supply, and how international mobility cannot be the only solution to this demand and supply problem. In Kenya, for example, student enrolment increased 11-fold in 12 years, from around 67,000 students in 6 public universities in 2003 to around 769,000 in 31 public universities in 2015. But the staff are less likely to have that time and support to scale up and help support the massively increasing student numbers. And just think about the potential in those student numbers. On the positive side, the current situation will accelerate the adoption of solutions that help universities address the challenges that they were already facing. Through the Partnership for Enhanced and Blended Learning, PEBBLE, the ACU has been working with 24 universities across 4 countries in East Africa to scale up blended learning, equipping them with the skills to scale, share, adapt and convert courses to effective online resources, and with the skills to tutor remotely, enabling teaching at scale. The project was launched actually in responses to those challenges of supply and demand, but of course during COVID they've also come into their own. PEBBLE worked with universities to support capacity, and what was fantastic about this project, and what we want to replicate and do other projects in other areas, other regions of the Commonwealth, is that these really high quality accredited courses are co-created. So you're not busing in a model from one country to another, you're actually co-creating with local context as well as the international or regional context into the core curriculum, so that it has real relevance for the people teaching it and the people learning at the same time. Through PEBBLE, universities were able to share the resources, as I've said, and reach more than 11,000 students across Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda and Tanzania to date. The project is also sustainable. Over 170 academics have been trained in the design and delivery of blended learning, including the skills needed to adapt courses into effective online resources. And so thanks to this project, we're also now about to launch the same one in West Africa, and we're hoping to do the same across other countries too. In India, motivated by the direction provided by the National Education Policy, we're exploring a PEBBLE-inspired project for the state of Maharashtra with the support of the University of Mumbai, for example. And the fundraising effort for this project is just about to commence. The objective is to explore similar projects in different states subsequently. Next slide, please. So blended learning is one great opportunity. The second is virtual mobility. We run a summer school every year, and in 2020, we ran a summer school in Ghana virtually, and in 2021, we ran a summer school with the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, also virtually. I would say in the first year we learnt, and the main point was to compensate for the lack of the ability to physically travel somewhere. By the second year, I think we'd also gained an understanding of what you can actually do to enrich the cultural competencies of students and the kinds of friendships that they can gather. So the non-formal learning element was really strengthened. And we believe that although closed borders and national lockdowns narrow opportunities, virtual international experiences can be an effective and valuable complement to traditional physical exchange. And it's really important because virtual experiences have the capacity to engage so many more students than the traditional mobility model. And also give students who might not have ever thought of travel the opportunity to start engaging in international collaborations, which then might spur on opportunities in the future to physically travel somewhere else. So we really strongly believe in virtual exchange. And I've talked about our summer schools, but we're also going to be hopefully launching a new program of virtual mobility post a toolkit that we did in partnership with the Durban University of Technology. It's one of the several member-led resources designed to support peer-to-peer learning and the development of new virtual student exchange collaborations. Another example of this is that 4 Indian universities, including OPJGU, will join others from Australia, the UK and Malaysia to participate in an ACU-led virtual exchange pilot, which will run over 8 weeks in October and November 2022. And this pilot will provide 50 undergraduate students with an opportunity to work collaboratively on a project that's designed to enhance entrepreneurship and intercultural competencies of the participants. But I also know that a nascent project that we want to embark on in 2022-23 is around early career researchers, skills, intercultural competencies, impact of their work. And I think we can do virtual exchanges for early career researchers as well, where the themes are more about the development of research and impact in their careers than it is about the summer schools, which are usually about academic themes and subjects. If you could go to the next slide, please. I want to move away now from the 2 examples I've given of how in the last couple of years during the pandemic, actually universities can take advantage of new ways of working, which is actually something that can be applied across the Commonwealth. So even in countries which don't have access, I think we would like to suggest ways in which they could get access, and programs like Pebble and virtual mobility programs can really help. But I wanted to also mention why access to higher education matters globally. And on Human Rights Day, I think it's a really important topic to mention. Bridging the digital divide through blended learning and virtual mobility is one of the crucial ways in which we can be ensuring equity of access to quality higher education globally. And it matters now more than ever and should be available to all those who'd benefit. But of course, access to quality higher education, despite all these wonderful projects, still depends mainly on wealth and geography. Universities are a critical component of the education ecosystem. And it was actually, I think, at Unisys campus where I was shown around the campus a number of years ago, and I realized that that was where Thomas Friedman wrote his book, The World is Flat. But of course, the world is not flat. The world isn't even round. The world is completely uneven in terms of access for higher education. We argue at the Association of Commonwealth Universities that universities are a critical component of the education ecosystem. Their role in strengthening and informing education policy and practice at every level, training teachers, creating excellent content, doing the research into how children learn best, leading educational research is central to reimagining education. Of course, universities' role in critical infrastructure, in basic research, in their work with industry is also essential to solving the world's problems. We are working with the Agence Université de la Francophonie and the International Association of Universities, so 3 global networks together, over 2,000 institutions, campaigning for the United Nations to recognise the essential role of higher education in achieving SDG 4, ensuring lifelong learning opportunities for all, but also in all 17, and to support and protect higher education as an integral part of the education sector. While the gross tertiary enrolment rate across the world is 38%. It conceals wide regional variation. It's only 77% in Europe and North Africa, but only 9% in sub-Saharan Africa and 29% in India. Access to international education is also important and continues to be during times of limited international travel. We will continue to be a champion of international mobility, be it virtual or face-to-face or blended and hybrid, which I think is the future. We've shown, and research has consistently demonstrated, the value of an international experience for students' academic performance, graduate earnings, and intercultural agility. But I also think it's time and incumbent upon institutions, and particularly those elite ones around the world, to recognize there is a risk of a massification of higher education that relies on lower quality courses and units, and an encouragement perhaps for students not to aspire to the greatest heights. and an elite system that continues to cater to those lucky enough to get scholarships or to enter elite universities in their own countries. And perhaps it's time for universities to think about the traditional model of a 3-year undergraduate degree and perhaps challenge whether it needs to be in exactly that way and how to become more of inclusive institutions. If you go to the next slide, please. This is our recommendations. We, the ACU, through our diverse network, are ready to work with our member universities and the wider university sector and policymakers to share and develop good practice in digital engagement, virtual mobility, and crucially, inclusion as we move to a post-pandemic world. International networks like ours and our partners have a really important role to play in sharing experience and learning. We are a leading advocate for innovations that support more equitable access to higher education. We've been coordinating a multi-stakeholder dialogue to make digital access to education a priority to support a more equitable future. And we've been calling on governments and policymakers, including Commonwealth education ministers, to, one, prioritise funding for higher education, making sure that the education from cradle to grave is recognised as important as each other. So primary education is, of course, a huge and pressing issue. But good quality primary and secondary also relies on a good quality higher education sector. Invest in tackling the digital divide. It isn't rocket science. Funding, financing and public-private partnerships can help to improve access to data. By the way, the ACU also has we've converted a lot of our grants to data grants to help students and staff and academics in places where they're digitally challenged, perhaps, take part in international collaborative projects. We want to widen access to higher education and lifelong learning by supporting these initiatives in universities. And we want to bring people together to come up with a common agenda for the future of digital higher education, providing a platform for institutions to share knowledge at different stages of their journey and discuss the common challenges, as we've been doing all the way through this pandemic with our webinars, which our members lead, where really one of the massive strengths of a huge international network like ours is the common learning that can be shared, the diverse experiences across the globe, but the coming together with common issues like the assessment of students or support of students online. For universities, our recommendations include providing financial and technical support to improve access to data and devices, identify and develop targeted policies to address the digital divides within universities to ensure no one is left behind, mainstream digital transformation across every element of institutional strategy and planning, while recognizing that the ability to move research
are engaging in, obfuscate more and more. It's understandable that people talk about decolonizing the curriculum. That's understandable, but it's worrisome because if there was a bias in current curriculum, that would it be possible for the association to somehow think about putting together some
has ended, or the cup of tea together, or whatever, where you actually come up with all sorts of thoughts and ideas that are serendipitous. And so what we want to do, I think, is support the kinds of learning, pedagogy, and even collaboration and social interaction that we think is also incredibly important to universities and to places of higher learning.
Well, thank you. Thank you for those observations. Yes, it's true. I mean, we can't go off tilting at windmills. The world will work in the way it does. You can't wish away these large corporations. We can't wish away the uncertainties that artificial intelligence would bring. But we could certainly, invest in to have, what's basically what you stressed earlier, which is to be able to think critically for themselves, and to equip themselves with the ability to make sound, practical judgment and cope with whatever comes their way, because it's really very uncertain what the world, things haven't really changed all that much. There's a lot that remains the same, but there's a lot that's going to change dramatically. And so we're very grateful that there's the Association of Commonwealth Universities and that you are its leader. And we dearly love to have you back on our campus. You talked about some of the benefits of this pandemic in terms of our adaptability to this form of communication, and we save a lot on international airfare. We save a lot of carbon emission because so many flights have not been taken. But to welcome you to our university, because I was to say that because of squirrels and birds.
Everybody, please mute yourself now. Please mute yourself now.
We're live, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Star Scholars 2021 conference. We are very happy today to be here at our country director panel with two of our esteemed country directors. We'll share a little bit more about what that means later on in the panel. So my name is Dr. Natalie Cruz. I am the Director of Cross-Border Initiatives for the Star Scholars Network. I work very closely with our country directors within STAR, and I'm also an assistant professor of education at Charleston Southern University, which is in the United States. So today our panel is going to feature research and reflections from two of our esteemed country directors and two fantastic scholars. Our panel is entitled Academic and Government Responses to External Changes in University Evolutions, Perspectives from Vietnam and Bangladesh. So our first speaker that we have is Dr. Pham Hong Kip. He is the STAR Country Director for Vietnam. He is also the Director of the Center for Research and Practice on Education at Phu Xuan University, and he's also the Director of Research at the Center for Educational Research and Development of the Ed Lab Asia. And his presentation today will focus on growing the research capacities of universities and junior social researchers in Vietnam. And after him, we will have Mr. Atib Ahmed Pare. He is the STAR Country Director for Bangladesh. As well, he is a fellow at the Center of Excellence for Gender, Sexual, and Reproductive Health and Rights. And he also works within the James P. Grant School of Public Health at Brack University. And he will be discussing decolonizing global health within academia during COVID-19 in Bangladesh. So before I turn it over to Dr. Pham, I just wanted to let you know for this session, we are live streamed on YouTube. We're very grateful for the amazing coordination of the team at OPJGU Global University. If you have any questions or comments, please do write those in the chat, and we will be able to share them as well. And we're also on Facebook as well, streaming on Facebook. So we will have time for Dr. Pham and Atib to share their research. Then we'll have plenty of time at the end to have some discussion from you, some questions from you, and we'll share a bit more about our country directors and STAR as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Pham for his presentation, Growing the Research Capacity of Universities and Junior Social Researchers in Vietnam. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening from Vietnam. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hiep Hong Pham, and I'm the STAR Scholar Director of Vietnam. And today I'm very happy to share my observation and my experiences from Vietnam. Can I share my screen? Okay. Okay, do you see my screen? Yeah. Hello. Hello. Yeah, okay. Okay, my presentation is about growing the research capacity of universities and junior social researchers in Vietnam. And first of all, I want to say a little bit about myself. And you can see, as Natalie can already mention about my profile, you can see my my CV here, okay? And in this presentation, I'm gonna to share with you 3 issues. The first is about the recent policy of Vietnam from government and from higher education institute on boosting international publishing. I also share some research output of Vietnam in international database. And the last session, I'm gonna to share my experience in my program, the program that I found in 2017, named Research Coach in Social Science. First, I want to say that traditionally, Vietnam, the output of international publication is very low. Because all universities, they focus on teaching, and the professor and researcher, they don't care so much about international publish. If they publish some paper, they're gonna to write in Vietnamese or they write in Russian, because in the past Vietnam has very good relationship with the former Soviet Union and Russia. However, until mid 2000, in Vietnam academic sector, we start to think about how to integrate with the global academic sector. And until 2008, Vietnam government decided to establish a new foundation named National Foundation for Science and Technology Development. And the foundation is inspired by the U.S. National Science Foundation. And in this foundation, we focus on international publishing. For example, the principal investigator, if he want to eligible to apply for a project funded by the new foundation, he must have a previous record on Scopus or Web of Science publication. And if he want to, finish the project, he must publish 2 or 3 papers on Web of Science or Scopus journal database. And the new foundation is a new initiative, and it make the it reshape the behavior of all researcher in Vietnam, and people started to think about how to write the research on English and how to integrate with the college, collaborate with them, collaborate with international college. And until 2017, we have another milestone, mark the commitment of the government on international publishing. Because in 2017, we have a new regulation on doctoral education. And with the new regulation, the professor, if they want to become a PhD supervisor, he or she must have at least 1 Web of Science or Scopus index publication. And for PhD candidate, if they want to graduate, they must have at least 1 Web of Science or Scopus publication. It's a prerequisite condition for graduation. And the following year, in 2018, we have another commitment from the government to focus on international publishing. Because in the same year, the Ministry of Education, they issue a new regulation on professorship appointment. If a lecturer he want to promote to become a full professor, he or she must have at least 5 Web of Science Scopus paper as the first or corresponding author. and the similar requirement apply for associate professor. To become an associate professor, a lecturer must have 3 papers published in Web of Science or Scopus database and as the first or corresponding author. And from the institutional perspective, we have also some new initiative to boost on international publishing. Since 2016 until now, a common phenomenon in university in Vietnam is the new wave to establish the research group. Research group has become a new type of institution under the universities in Vietnam. Before 2016, in Vietnam universities, they don't have research group. They have faculty or department. They have research center. They have research institute. Nevertheless, in 2016 onward, the research group has become a new subsidiary unit. Research group is something more flexible than the research center, and it can include full-time or part-time or external, internal research fellow, and the head of the research group have the fund to recruit the graduate student, and the fund to invite external research fellow from other university from abroad, the international scholar from across the world can join with the research group, or Vietnamese diaspora, Vietnamese expatriate, if they locate in different countries, they can come back and contribute to Vietnam, to homeland, thanks to the research group. And in the same time, we also have some universities start the policy on cash reward for publication. One author may earn from 1 to 10,000 per paper according to the quality of the paper. And thanks to the new initiative by the government and by the universities, and as you can see on the screen, the number of the international publication from Vietnam grow very quickly and gradually, and you can see until I can say that compared to other developing countries, regarding the absolute number of publication, Vietnam may be not very good. However, regarding the growth rate, regarding the growing trend, we are among the top in compared to other developing countries in Southeast Asia, or compared to South Asia, or compared to Africa, or compared to Central America. However, there a problem is that there are a big divide between the hard science, STEM, or STEM compared to social science and humanities. You can see that on the screen, I collect data from the Web of Science. We have many science citation index expand publication. The color is orange. However, the color gray is the social science or art and humanities is very small compared to the orange one. And the general difficulties faced by Vietnamese researchers, we still lack of resource and capacity we don't have enough fund, we don't have enough high qualified personnel, and as I mentioned earlier, we don't have the research culture because traditionally we follow the Soviet model. All universities are teaching oriented. However, compare between the hard science, the STEM compare with the social science and humanities, I believe that social science we face more difficulties. We have a big problem of shortage of the social scientists who have experiences in international publishing. In one measure, in each small topic, we cannot find more than 3 or 5 social scientists may have more than 5 papers. Most of the social scientists in Vietnam, they don't have experience in international publishing, and the undergraduate student and graduate student in social science, they are undertaught in research skill, and the program in graduate program in social science is not well designed because they don't have the chance to study research method, qualitative or quantitative analysis technique, etc. And for graduate students, most of them are non-formal. They don't go to university every day. They only go to universities in the evening time or in the weekend, so they cannot focus 100% of their endeavor to their education, because the best student at the graduate level from Vietnam, they tend to go abroad. They don't want to study in the homeland. And I'm among someone who got the foreign PhD education. I graduated from Taiwan in 2017, and before I also have experience working in University of Melbourne in Australia, and I come back in Vietnam in 2017, and along with some other college who are also foreign trained PhD returnee, we open a non-formal or executive training and coaching program with the aim to build research capacity for junior social researcher in Vietnam. Because at that moment, we observed that in most graduate school in Vietnam, the program or the curriculum and the syllabus, they don't focus on research skill. And so we decided to open a non-formal training coaching program to support the junior researcher in social science. And as you can see on the right of the screen, we write an essay to share our experience in science editing. Is a peer-reviewed journal from Korea to share our experiences last year, and so far until now we have more than 500 coaches. We name them coaches, is the learner of the program, and we have had more than 50 people, junior researcher, to publish their first international publication, and more than 30 people finish their graduate degree, and more than 30 people got scholarship to study abroad. And for our learner, the majority of them are junior researcher. They are the 4th year in undergraduate program. They are the PhD student. They are the master student, and they are the junior lecturer. because in Vietnam for the lecture they may have they may hold only a master degree, and we can consider the lecturer in Vietnam they are junior researcher, and in my program all the coachee or all the participant, all the learner, when they involved in our program, they must undertake 2 steps. The first step is training, and in this training step, we will teach them how to write, how to read the academic paper, how to conduct the qualitative and quantitative analysis, and the most important, how to exploit the open science. Because in Vietnam, we don't have the resources to access on the international database, Springer, Wiley, etc. We most of the library, we don't have the account to access on the resources similar to college in America or in Europe. So we must exploit the open science. And we not only base access on journal, but we access on database. For example, there are a lot of open database, and our learner they can enjoy using this open database and open software. For example, in our program, we teach them how to use the software R, because R is open. It's not we don't need to pay as the SPSS or Stata. So with R we can do it with free. And if the learner, the coachee, want to step in the second step, we can invite them into our research group, and the research group is led by me and my college. And our idea is that they must learn how to conduct research by their peer. It means that in one research group, there would be one senior researcher like me. Most of us are foreign PhD chain returnee, and we have some 3 or 4 junior researchers, and they can teach together. It's a peer learning, and we also focus on baby step movement. It means that we guide them, we divide research tasks into several small steps, and when they learn, instead of conducting something very big duty, they will learn how to step by step go ahead. And thanks to this, our researcher can learn very quickly and learn from other peers. And thanks to this, we can have they can publish their first publication on international journal, or some people can co-write the book with the international in international publisher. I believe that this program is somewhat similar to the mentor and mentee program hosted by Star Scholar right now, but the scope is smaller. And right now we are in my program we step into a new phase. We have some universities and some research institutes come to meet us, and now we are going to share our experiences with the other universities. And my objective is to share our model to other universities in Vietnam, and our objective is to help them to change the PhD and master program. We help them to change the curriculum, to write the new syllabus for subjects regarding research method, and now we started to have 3 or 4 partner universities. They are going to ask us to help them, and we hope that in the near future we can share our experience to how we help the teaching university in Vietnam to transfer to become the research-oriented universities. And it's all about my presentation today. And I'm very happy to share our observation with you. And thank you so much. And we may come back with the Q&A in the after presentation from my colleagues from Bangladesh, Dr. Atif. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pham. That was wonderful. It's really great to learn about what's happening in Vietnam, how quickly you build research capacity, and you yourself are a very prolific researcher. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. With that, we are going to transition to our second presenter, Mr. Atib Ahmed Pare. He is going to speak about decolonizing global health in academia during COVID, within particular reference to the Bangladesh context. So looking forward to having him here. Thank you so much, Atib.
Hi, everyone. All right, I should be set up now. I apologize for not being able to turn on the video because I'm based really in a remote field in Bangladesh, so it'll be very difficult. So I'll just start from good morning to good evening, depending on where you're based. I'm Atib Ahmed Pare, Country Director at the STAR Bangladesh and Assistant Research Coordinator at the Bragg James School of Public Health, Bragg University. I welcome you all to this session on the research capacity building for junior researchers. I'll be talking about decolonizing global health academy. Like Natalie said, starting with the Bangladesh context, Bangladesh is a lower and middle income country in South Asia, a tropical region with very vulnerable to natural disasters and internal and external displacement. The country is primarily rural, but from the past 2 decades, it has seen tremendous urbanization resulting in urban informal settlements where people live subhuman lives with no rights and dignity. The picture in the background is of Dhaka, a megacity in Bangladesh. The water body acts as a boundary between the 2 segments of the population, the poor and the rich. These informal settlements are often the refugee camps. For instance, the Rohingya refugee camps, where around 1 million Rohingyas live close to the Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Bangladesh fits in the intersectionality of this chaos because it has been a basket case in the academic research and acts as a model for other low-resource settings. It is thus imperative that Bangladesh initiates the discussions on the academic decolonization of global health. With this presentation, STAR Bangladesh joins that pledge. The coronavirus pandemic has spotlighted existing imbalanced power structures, leading to calls to decolonize global health. Colonization in this sense refers to the idea that Western researchers and practitioners impose decisions and solutions on poorly resourced countries without involving people from those places. Researchers in the global south have said that COVID-19 has held up a mirror to these inequalities. When Shenjuti Shah, a very close friend of mine, a microbiologist from Bangladesh and the director of Child Health Research Foundation, was asked how colonial policies were affecting our response to the COVID-19 pandemic, she replied, "We are amid a crisis right now, but I think we are on the verge of another crisis. It will start with who gets access to the drugs that are showing good results, who will get access to the vaccines because there will be a huge chaos on the vaccine issues. All these issues will become critical and people from resource poor settings will not be involved in the decision-making processes." Back in April 2021, the WHO chief, Dr. Tedros, slammed scientists for proposing to conduct COVID-19 vaccine trials in Africa. Dr. Tedros stressed that Africa could not be a testing ground for any vaccine, and the colonial mentality must stop the hangover. Another example in the US's decision making has been to buy up most of the world's remdesivir supplies, a critical drug to treat COVID-19 at the beginning of the pandemic. This puts the patients from poorer countries in severe loss. And it did. That's what we saw in the news, and that is what the evidence was generated about. Some experts had also pointed out that it would be nearly impossible to practice social distancing in the urban informal settlements and the refugee camps. For the poorest, accessing water to washing hands is difficult. Today, 2 years into the pandemic, we are coming across data from resource poor settings worldwide that proves how people face difficulties in practicing stringent and colonial measures to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. These solutions that originated in the West failed to consider the lived realities of the people in low and resource limited contexts. The decolonizing academic global health is a sub movement under the more significant and larger decolonizing global health movement that is going on worldwide. It criticizes the unwillingness of reluctance and the reluctance of the international scholarly journals to charge hefty article processing charges. This was also very recently criticized by the editor-in-chief of British Medical Journal of Global Health, Dr. C.A. Abimbola, and the editor of PLOS Global Public Health, Dr. Madhukar Pai. It also urges the ICMJE to reconsider the recommendations that LMIC researchers, who are the ones who do on-ground work, are not neglected in academic recognition. This is something that Dr. Richard Horton, the editor-in-chief of the Lancet, has also been stressing on very recently. Practitioners from the global south who witnessed this firsthand said that this colonial mentality affects people and negatively affects the outcomes of the programs that are meant to better their lives. When science is conducted with a colonial lens, so much is lost. We lose our context, our capacity building, and most importantly, we lose the translation of the science because who are we doing that science for? Who is going to benefit from it? Decolonizing global health, coming at a moment of reckoning in the development sector. The ongoing Black Lives Matter movement has highlighted structural racism in many sectors, including development. Similar to such movement was the Me Too campaign, where the South Asian countries also took lead. It has also forced the sector to recognize some of the structural issues that lie at the core of this, like the lack of diverse staff at the headquarter level and how local staff in various countries are often having decision making. This translates into a very practical example that we all must be very aware of. Community health workers who work at the core of the communities and in the urban informal settlements, in the urban populations, in the rural communities, everywhere in our context globally, especially in the lower and middle income countries, are not involved in the program planning processes. They are always the ones who will be at the lowest hierarchy of the programs and implementing our programs, but they are never given a chance to come up, climb up the ladder of the program hierarchy and then come and have their say or raise their voice in the planning of the programs. As we emerge from this pandemic, there is a larger question that comes into the mind. What will it take for the global development sector to be more inclusive and more sensitive to the realities of the world around us? COVID-19 has shown us that we must be able to collaborate, communicate, and learn from each other in an atmosphere of respect so that everyone's voice is respected in this larger realm. So going forward is that the fact we are having these discussions on decolonizing itself makes me feel convinced to get good outcomes out of these debates. This brings me to the point where I ask a larger question to our audience today. Who is the decoloniality for? Colonized or the colonizer? Firstly, there are asymmetries in how coloniality is defined and practiced in the global north and the global south. The global north still shapes the narratives, defines and brings in the resources and sets the agenda for the resource limited country. Secondly, another debate that becomes imperative is who should drive the decolonizing, the global north or the global south. Well, I will say that we need more voices from the global south. However, the global north has its own critical reflective and reparative work. Star Bangladesh will continue to track how the sector responds to the calls on decolonizing global health, from equitable vaccine distribution to who gets to really make the key decisions to article processing charges and the involvement of researchers from the global south. With this, I would like to acknowledge the sponsors and the partners who have come forward and made this event a huge success. It's been around 2 years that I'm a part of the Star Scholars Network. And by the end of each year, there comes a time when we get to reflect on what we have done, and we also get to reflect and plan what we are going to do in the year ahead. So, with this hope for a better future and for a very healthy and safe future, safe year 2022, I would like to thank our sponsors and the Star Scholars Network community for the support and the hunger towards the literature, hunger towards the research. And I would like to pass it on to Natalie now. Thank you so much for having us here today, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Atib, for your wonderful presentation. Probably COVID-19 has just put a spotlight on global health and the disparities that we're seeing worldwide. And so I know your work and your research, your field work is very important, and we're so grateful to have you share today. Well, those are our formal presentations. So what we wanted to do now, we have a little bit of time. So I know we have one question that was posed in the chat by Anthony Onoyama, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. So I wanted to pose this to both of our presenters to see what their thoughts were. So their question was, and I'll post it in the chat as well, with the continuing emphasis on the impacts of COVID-19 on global activities and education in particular, where do you see traditional education in 10 years from now? So I invite Atib, I invite FAM to share their thoughts about this. And as well as anyone watching us online can also share their thoughts, and we'd be happy to share it with the group.
Yeah, I'm gonna to answer first. First, I would like to say thank you to the question from our participant. In my point of view, over the past 2 years, all the schools across the world have become, a laboratory of new education. Before we talk about education technology, we talk about online learning, we talk about blended learning, flipped class. Some people would like to say that no, it's not possible. Education must something face to face. Education must be offline and something like this. However, over the past two years, we don't have another option. And I believe that in the next 10 years, even the COVID, we can handle, we can fix the problem of COVID. Even in this case, the education will not never come back to what happened before 2019. We're gonna to have a new new traditional education, in which people will be more accepted to what online learning more, because they have more skill with the new technology in education. So I believe that we're gonna to have a new traditional education. It's different to what happened before. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Heap. I'll just like to join the conversation straight away. I mean, it's an excellent question when we put it that way, continuing emphasis, on the impacts of COVID. So first and the foremost thing is, how do we start defining the impacts of COVID-19? I mean, getting into the discussions, the core level discussions, where do we start defining the impacts of COVID-19? What impacts are we discussing? Is it only the social impacts? Is it the economic impacts? Is it the impact on the larger education only? Because these are very intersectional factors that are not only affecting the education, but also the health and the overall well-being of people across the world right now. So yes, I would like to build the case here on experiential learning, embedding of experiential learning. Basically, this decentralization process of in the education also started way back. I mean, it started before the COVID-19 pandemic, when we started coming up with edX and Coursera and many different OTT platforms, online platforms for distance education. And I think we, in a way, were prepared for the COVID-19 pandemic, because we had already these resources in place, the online meeting platforms, distance education platforms. The only problem was which is a bigger problem in other many different sectors and including education. That's what I'm trying to build my case on. That is the access issues. What people did not have is access, and similar issues were in 1 decade ago, 2 decades ago, 3 decades ago. That whenever you come up with an innovation or you come with creativity or digitalization, only the poor get to suffer the brunt of it. So if you ask me this question, where do I see the traditional education 10 years from now? I see still it. I hope not to see it in the low and resource income countries, the traditional education, while the high income institutions enjoy innovative and very creative ideas. So I'm glad that at least we have started these discussions on broader equity. I mean, I would like to put this under the broader realm of equity. Thank you for this question. Yeah, carry on.
Thank you so much, Keep and Atib, as well, for both of your answers. So we had another question in the chat, and we see some new folks joining us. Welcome. Our next question, and we'll go in the same order, so Heap, you can respond first, is do you think the pandemic will help stop brain drain from countries like Vietnam and Bangladesh? So would love your perspectives on that, and thank you for the question in the chat.
Thank you, Natalie. It's very, very interesting question. Thank you for your excellent idea. And in my point of view, in Vietnam, we have we have a phrase, something like within the threaten, we may find the opportunity. Yeah, and in this case, I agree that due to or thanks to the pandemic, developing countries like Vietnam or Bangladesh may have a chance to attract again the diaspora to come back. Actually, in the current moment in Vietnam, we have some initiative to support the foreign trained returnee, because many of them lose their job in academic sector in abroad. You know that, for example, last month, Deakin University from Australia
they have to through 100 junior researcher and lecturer lose their job, and some of them are Vietnamese, and if they cannot find the job in Australia or elsewhere, they must come back to Vietnam. However, in Vietnam, we still have many room for them because in Vietnam, the gross enrollment ratio is only 30%. It means that only 30% of young going to universities. It means that university sector in Vietnam, they still have a lot of room for further development. So I agree with you that maybe we still face the problem of brain drain. However, because of this pandemic, is an opportunity to attract them back. However, from the another side, I also believe that in the current digital world, it's not very important to where you work. You may stay in America, in Europe, in Australia, but you still contribute to your homeland. And in the same time, even I or my colleagues stay in Vietnam, we still contribute to other countries. For example, I and Atip, we work with my colleagues in Star Scholar. We not only support Vietnamese and Bangladeshi scholar, we support and we receive the support from all the college across the world. And in the current digital world, sometimes the location is not very important. Thank you.
Again, joining the conversation right away. This is I'll say a very critical, I mean, too good to be true kind of question, from Sunana. Do you think the pandemic will help stop brain drain? I mean, brain drain in itself is a very big social mobility related concept. But if anything, my personal opinion would be brain drain has increased due to COVID-19. There has been a great impact of COVID-19 on the limited the mobility, closed down the airports. But at the same time, COVID-19 emerged itself as a pandemic. It's one thing that we have to introspect, that it emerged as a pandemic in a time when public health was not the field as a field was not a baby. In 1980s, when public health, when HIV pandemic and other AIDS pandemics came in, even Ebola in Africa, the public health was still struggling into its ladders as a field. But now you see in 2019, 2020, 2021, it's a humongous field. People from all across the world coming and lashing into the Masters of Public Health program. There's huge scope. So I'll say public health was not even in its adolescence, it was in its youth when the COVID-19 pandemic struck the world. So what happened is people started to capitalize this opportunity. So that is one aspect of your question. People started to capitalize on these opportunities. Scholarships started coming in, COVID-19 projects, COVID-19 funding, everything became COVID-19. Even donors, FCDO, World Bank, and WHO started saying that each of their projects need to have COVID-19 components embedded. The project started to go into zero cost extension, and only just because of the COVID-19. That is one aspect. Now coming to the another aspect, whether this brain really different concepts, and I choose to believe and support the school of the thought who sort of believe that the base does not matter. We stick to the idea of global citizenship. It does not matter where you are based as long as your work is central to and core to your core to the vulnerable and the low resource communities. Even if you are based in US, there are thousands and millions of people who are doing doctoral research and master's programs there. But as long as their research is central to the low resource settings, settings, it's fine where they are based. So that's my personal, two aspect answer to the question. But I would like to appreciate Sunena for this wonderful and very critical question. Thank you. Keep, you want to say something? You're still mute.
Thank you, Atif. No, I don't have another comment. Thank you. Natalie, please.
Great. Thank you both for your insights. And, I appreciate Atib. You kind of said, that COVID has increased brain drain, right? So this is what I love about these discussions, is just kind of flipping things on their head and seeing how, perspectives are different and contexts are different, and even the way we frame things. So what I wanted to do next, so we continue to welcome questions in the chat. We don't have any other questions, and I had a few discussion questions, and I posed these in the chat, so anyone attending is welcome to join at any time. But for Heap or Atib, if you have any thoughts about any of these questions here, particularly for Heap, if you're anything about related to Atib's presentation about decolonization, maybe what that looks like in Vietnam, and building equitable systems. And then Atib, if you have any thoughts related to Heaps about increasing research capacity and mentoring and supporting emerging scholars, I'd be happy for you both to share your thoughts on any of these, maybe one or two of these questions.
I can answer the first three questions. Yeah.
Well, Heap, if you want to, since you talked about that in your presentation, I was curious if you had any thoughts related, kind of intersecting these two presentations, right? Like you have different focuses, but definitely overlaps in what you've shared today. So if you have any thoughts around decolonization in your context or building equitable systems, do you have any thoughts about either one of those?
I may answer the question 5. Yeah, we live in, we always have the problem of inequity. But in science and in academic research, I believe that open science is a solution. You can see that, as I mentioned in my presentation, in my program, I teach our learner and our coachee, they must know how to exploit open science. You can imagine more than 10 years ago, I believe, I remember that one day I opened a book from Google Book, and because the Google Book, they open only two chapters, and for the other 8 chapters, I cannot read because at that moment I don't have any mean to access to the book. I cannot buy it even I have money, because at that moment the e-commerce is not well developed like today, and I have to wait for some years when I went to Taiwan, and when I went to the library of my university in Taiwan and I find the book, at that moment I have the chance to read the another 8 chapters. However, in the current day, we have open science. People can access most of the document or publication that they want to, thanks to open science, open book, open journal, open data, etc. And I believe that open science is the key critical solution for reduce the problem of inequality. And as STAR scholar, we know that we have some journal, for example, Journal of International Student is open science, open journal, and without the APC, it means that the author do not need to pay. And I believe that thanks to the initiatives like Journal of International Student, the academic sector will be less and less less and less inequitable. Thank you.
Thanks, Heath. Again, joining the conversation right away, Natalie. Uh, I'd like to begin with this question that is that seems very attractive to me. You know, what does decolonization look like in your context, both national and discipline example education? Well, I would say Star Scholars Network has been a model of decolonization. To be honest, the open science that he was discussing, apart from that, the journals, a lot of journals, Journal of International Student, the Open Journal of Education, this open science policy, no article processing fees, and yet quality journal, top ranked journal in higher education. I mean, coming from academic perspectives, this is the decentralization at its best. Now, the decentralization also has, its multidimensional aspects that you need to follow. Number one would be the macro level. That is something Star Scholars Network as a model has been trying to do at a macro level. But what happens at the national and the subnational level? When do we start decentralizing? Decentralizing would look like if the students who in colleges and in universities, we have been trying to block in the homes and we have been giving them online educational devices. Okay, come on, fine, you have these resources now join education. But why we don't use this model in the post-pandemic world as well? Especially in the urban context when where there is so much of traffic jam and everything we're complaining every day into reaching into our places and universities. So learning, this is one lesson learned that we can pick up from the COVID-19 and decentralize our universities, our campuses in a way that is equitable and reachable and the access is maintained to everyone. That this is one aspect that I am personally sharing. Another macro level, national and subnational level aspects that need to come in is more scholarships. And scholarships not on the basis of merit, because as we say, we are not trying to sort of search for talent on the basis of merit anymore. We are trying to be equitable. This also answers the question number 5: how do we build more equitable system? Well, systems is a larger. I will only stick to the educational part of it because system would be a broader thing. It will involve a lot of other things. Sticking to the education, it would be, first of all, mapping the intersectionality, identifying who the most vulnerable are in the communities, even in the education sector. How do we penetrate our education to them? How do we take our educational policies and take our education system to them? So identifying who the most vulnerable are, and not only on the basis of broader definitions and dichotomous variables on the basis of sex and gender and age. No, on the basis of multiple, for example, single female households. I mean, where do you place the single female households? I mean, the most vulnerable, especially in the working urban contexts. So the policies and the intersectional and the identification assessments have to be more chronological and more bottoms up. They have to come from the bottom, who the marginalized are, people with different identities, students who are transgenders and don't identify as binary gender identities. How do we include them in the at the center of our educational system? I know my school, Bragg James Grant School of Public Health, has got two transgender people studying Master of Public Health free on scholarships right now. I don't think of any example in South Asia where master's scholarships are given specifically to transgenders. So these are some of the decolonizing examples and decentralizing examples which we have to come and bring in more and more. It would not only take, again, if you ask and believe, choose and plan to decentralize or decolonize any institution in India or any institution in Bangladesh, Vietnam on the basis of eminence, then again it would be a I would say, a misnomer. Again, it would be a mishap because we can't only rely on the eminence. That is the whole concept of it. The eminence once was referred to the people from global north, and now the eminence refers to people who think they know, like me, like us, who think that we know the eminence. No, it has to come from the evidence. We have to actually go into the community and we have to generate evidence and identify these vulnerable communities and bring them into the system, plan our policies that intersects and makes them accessible and approachable and affordable to all these populations. It's a very huge ambitious goal, but I hope that answers the question now. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you for your thoughts. So that's a great segue, and I love that both of you keep you really focused and talked about the Journal of International Students, or JIS, which is very closely connected with the Star Scholars Network. And I agree with you, is just a really fantastic model for open access. There's no fees. I believe, as Ateeb mentioned in his presentation as well, that is a really big barrier. And, even doing research on my own, looking at different journals, okay, we're open access, but you need to pay $1,000 US to publish, right? Who is that excluding, right? And then Ateeb, what you mentioned about the Star Scholars Network, we are aiming, one of our main aims, while it may not be stated explicitly, is about decolonization, right? And empowering scholars and really breaking down this power dynamic, right? Between Western and Eastern and Northern and Southern, right? That we're really all working together and we're learning and we're sharing with each other. And there's no right or wrong or better or best way, right? We're all just learning and coping in these global challenges and struggles we have together. So thank you for both of you for sharing so astutely about that. And I hope that our attendees here today as well will consider ways that they can get more involved within STAR. So I wanted, given that this is a country director panel as well, I wanted to share a little bit, excuse me, about our STAR Scholar country directors. And then I'll give Ateeb and he a chance to briefly share about any reflections or thoughts they have about their involvement. So certainly the annual conference is our really preeminent way that we have people get involved and share and build connections and bridges. But our work continues throughout the year. And the work of the Star Scholars Network, our country directors really are the arms and feet and brain and all the different ways, really working in their local and national context, right? Because what I know sitting here in the US that maybe works well for me in my context probably does not work well for someone in any other context, right? And we're not trying to impart our way. We are truly a global organization. So that's the important work that the STAR country directors do. So our country directors lead chapters, kind of chapters, so to speak, of the Star Scholars Network that engage with members to design local initiatives, right? Local initiatives, but that are working transnationally to support scholars and students. So I'll let Ateeb and Heap in a minute share about, any initiatives they've done. Our current countries where we have country directors, certainly you've heard from two of our best country directors, Ateeb in Bangladesh and Heap in Vietnam. But we also have country directors in China, Ghana, India, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Nepal, Spain, and South Africa. So if you see your country represented up there, I encourage you to get in touch with the country directors. I dropped the link in the streaming chat. You can get in touch with your country director. Certainly there is room to grow. Don't feel like I'm in Japan and I see that Eureka is the country director, I don't have an opportunity. No, the sky's the limit, and collaboration is great. So I know for Vietnam, he works with another scholar in his role. So if you are located in a country where there is not a current country director, we encourage you to apply. If you're interested in interested in serving as an ambassador, and also you have an idea for an initiative that aligns with the mission and vision of STAR. So as part of the application, you just share, who you are, what you're doing, what's an idea you have. And that doesn't have to be a massive thing. It could be building web resources related to, research connections for STAR. It could be hosting a panel event at your institution. It could be working on a paper. It could be supporting local scholars. It really is what you are passionate about and what you have expertise that aligns with STAR. So I encourage you to check that out and to fill out an application. We are always accepting applications, so continue to think about it. So that is all that we had for today, but I wanted to, before we wrap up, I wanted to give Atiba and Heap a chance to share about their experience as a country director and any insights they have for our attendees. So Heap, you want to go ahead and share first?
Yeah, thank you, Natalie. Okay, at the right moment, I remember 4-5 years ago when I finished my PhD education in Taiwan, and at that moment I'm thinking about where I should go after my PhD. I come back to Vietnam, or I stay in Taiwan, or I go to another countries for postdoc, etc. And at that moment, I have chance to stay in Taiwan. I have chance to go to Australia, but at that moment, I thought that because I'm a researcher in social science, so I have to come back, because in my homeland, in my home countries, there are a lot of social matter, and they are waiting for me to come back to study, to investigate. And of course, when I come back, I face a lot of difficulties because I come from developing countries, and I don't have in Vietnam, as I just present in my presentation, we don't have the research culture, and I don't have enough resource to do my research. However, thanks to the initiative like Star Scholar in particular, or open science in general, I can still conduct my research. I not only develop my personal career, but also support the other junior researcher in Vietnam, in my home countries. And so far, I believe that without the initiative like Star Scholar, I cannot get some initial achievement like this. So I would like to say thank you to my colleagues in Star Scholar, and welcome the newcomer to become the member of the Star Scholar. And I believe that with our collaboration, we can bear the fruit in the very near future. We can work together and support for the further development of the academic, and also to support the society. Thank you.
Thanks, Heap and Natalie. Well, diving into the conversation, I mean, there is a lot to say about Star Scholars Network. I mean, I come from a very marginalized and backward most part of India, the northernmost part of India, Kashmir, actually. And it's interesting, I mean, how Star Scholars Networks, when we discuss today and we discuss the concept of directors and how we are taking leadership roles in this organization. So I have some personal comments, which, I mean, thank you, Natalie, for giving this opportunity. I don't know if I would have ever said this. It doesn't take a big established person to become a star director. it just takes a person with an initiative and with a little bit of vision, and I would say and a person who would want to make attempts to build networks globally, like Dr. Krishna Bista, is the king of the networks, and a person like Dr. Chris Glass, who is so good at his, at academia and is well known for his scholarly publications. And I would say it doesn't take an established person, it takes a person with a vision and with an activity. Had it been the otherwise, then I wouldn't have been here. So that is the first example and the encouragement I would give others. I don't hold a PhD. I'm a master's in social sciences and master's in public health. I'm an assistant coordinator at the Bragg School of Public Health. I come from dental backgrounds, have survived on the basis of scholarships so far and have come this far, and I'm trying to pass this on the basis of justice and equity, and just sort of trying to give my part. Coming on what Scholars Network does in Bangladesh. 2 years back, we started this sort of initiative in Bangladesh. Right now, we are still gearing up. We are trying to build our advisory board right now, but we have been very much proactive in doing activities. We have established a small network. We are also connected with the global network in only in the field of public health right now, because we are a very small community right now in Bangladesh, but we look forward for collaborations in other fields as well. But in public health, we are connected with Health Systems Global, the largest organization, the largest association of public health scholars worldwide. I'm also co-chairing the Shapes thematic network there, and we are connected with the Gender and COVID-19 Global Initiative. We are connected with the Pandemics Period Global Network. We are connected with the WHO CRO Region SRHR Committee. So we have what we have been successful in doing is sort of mobilizing the eminence that we would require to build a technical board who would guide us into our operations in Bangladesh. Also, we have been sort of writing a few grant applications. Currently, we are making an implementation plan, which will start with a webinar series that sort of formally introduces Star Bangladesh to the world. And then we are looking forward to a few publications in our OGED journals. Thank you so much, and we really encourage you to join us in this small initiative and help us to make it a big initiative. Because big is beautiful, big is necessary actually, but small is beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to both of you for your leadership, for your service, for your vision. And to echo what both of you have said, we do stand on the shoulders of giants, and we have incredible leaders like Dr. Uttam Gali and Dr. Krishna Bisha and Dr. Chris Glass, and then also Dr. Moshimi Murtiji, which has just been fantastic leaders in our organizations. And to echo what Atib said, you don't have to have a certain credential or expertise or anything to be a STAR country director. You really just have to be invested or want to be invested in the organization and have a passion for our mission of building grassroots connections and transnational connections. So I really do encourage any of you out there listening, both right now or in the future in the live stream, to get involved in our organization. So I wanted to mention a couple things here. So, one more thing to mention as well is that we, like with GIAS, everything, no authors have to pay, but the money and the time does come from somewhere. And if you're able and if you feel led, you can certainly join STAR as a paying member, and all the money goes back into the organization and helps the work of our country directors and our Millennium Scholars Program and many, many other great initiatives that we're doing. We're pouring it all back into the community. So we encourage you to join us. So we have our Global Connection ceremony coming up at 8 p.m. India Standard Time, but please don't log off and go. We hope that you'll stay on this live stream and engage and watch our cultural events coming up. So we have some fantastic things, like a performance by the Secretary of the Tibetan Youth Conference, sharing their refugee experience through poetry and song. And then there's also going to be a classical Indian dance performance, really as a mode of release, right, from the angst, stress, and uncertainty of the pandemic. We certainly have all felt that. And so I hope that this dance performance can help you continue to process and have a release from this pandemic. And then lastly, in this time between the Global Connection ceremony, we have a vocal music performance by acclaimed singer and OPJGU faculty, Priya Kanyungo, connecting the pandemic experience with songs. And again, singing as a mode of artistic release from the stress and uncertainty. So please keep this up on your browser and keep watching. And we thank you so much. We thank you particularly to our fantastic presenters and incredible country directors, Dr. Pham and Atib as well, for their insights today. And we hope to see you as you continue to engage in the conference and throughout the year in STAR. Thank you so much for coming today.
Greetings from India. I, Nisha Nair, Assistant Professor and Assistant Dean, Jindal Global Law School, and a Fellow at the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building, OP Jindal Global University, extend a warm welcome to all of you to the cultural event being organized as a part of the Society of Transnational Academic Researchers 2021 Global Conference on the theme of Higher Education for the Greater Good, Leadership and Institutional Resilience, being hosted by the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building, OP Jindal Global University, India, recognizing the importance of art and artists in voicing and comprehending the undefinable human emotions and conditions while responding to the realities of the times. In its commitment towards promoting art in various forms, the STAR 2021 Global Conference is also holding an online visual art exhibition on the conference website. The exhibition includes works of screen dance, performances, eco-cinema artists, intermedia art showcasing a hybrid digital physical installation, and sketchbook projects. We encourage all of you to engage with these sensory, visual, and spatial experiences. This year, the cultural performances are spread across the 3 days of the global conference and hopes to unravel and depict the overarching cultural theme of the program. Embrace India, where the East meets the West. Each evening, we shall behold enthralling and engaging performances by artists, students, and educators on various themes through different kinds of artistic expressions, including poetry recital, Indian classical music, folk songs, Indian classical dance forms such as Kathak and Bharatanatyam, theatrical renditions, including contemporary and popular musical expressions. Today, we will witness performances by 3 artists, beginning with poetry recital and Tibetan folk song performance by Sonam Sareng, Secretary of Tibetan Youth Congress based in Dharamshala, India, and an alumnus of OP Jindal Global University. The second performance is by Ms. Ramya Krishna, an Indian classical dancer and teacher who will be presenting Bharatanatyam, and this performance will be followed by Hindustani vocal music performance by Dr. Priya Kanangu, Professor of Performing Arts at Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. From the refugee crisis, the mental health concerns and anxieties resulting from the pandemic, to reflections on life and its realities. All the performances this evening portray the ways in which creative expression and art can help us navigate and transcend the experiences of pain, fear, uncertainties, and the challenges of time. We hope you enjoy the performances. Thank you.
Trust delay. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks to Dr. Musumeji for giving me this kind of opportunity to share my story and 2 of my poems and Tibetan folk song to all the invited intellectuals from different places. So I will be sharing here a brief story of mine and Tibetan folk song, and I hope you all will like it and enjoy it. So 16 years back, my parents asked me if I wanted to go to India to study in the schools set up by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. I have no idea where exactly India was, and I knew nothing more than the domesticated animals which I grazed on the beautiful grasslands of Tibet. But I accepted their proposal to see what's there beyond the boundaries of our village. And I'm too small to understand the challenges and consequences I may face after leaving my parents. So after 30 days of cutting and crossing the rivers and the cold icy rivers and the high standing Himalayas, I set my foot in Nepal, where we were received and registered by the Tibetan Reception Center in Nepal. After 10 to 15 days of coping with the new environment and new weather in Nepal, we were sent to India, from where we were distributed into different Tibetan schools. And it was the first time in school that I have learned about my new identity, a refugee whose country is illegally annexed and occupied by the Chinese Communist regime way back in 1959. So after I learned about the occupation of my country and the sufferings undergone by my countrymen under the Chinese repressive and oppressive policies, the sufferings and loneliness I have been feeling after leaving my parents were gone by gradually. And I always feel that I have a responsibility to raise my voice for the voiceless Tibetans who are buried behind the boundaries of high-standing Himalayas and the censorship imposed by the Chinese Communist regime. So when I was in college, I always tried to participate in the student-led movements. And right after my post-graduation from OPJGU Global University, I was elected as the General Secretary of Tibetan Youth Congress. So Tibetan Youth Congress is the largest Tibetan non-government organizations in Tibetan communities in exile, which has more than 35,000 members and 89 regional chapters all around the globe. And I can proudly say by now that I have more time for the cause of my country than for myself, and I will make the best use of my only life to carry out the legacies of my forefathers and to fight for the rightful cause of my country is the dream to dream in every sleepless night of mine. And I always do my best to contribute to the just cause of my country, either through participating in campaign works or writing poetries which portrays the sufferings of the Tibetans inside Tibet and Tibetans in exile. So I will be sharing here two of my poems. Hope you all will enjoy it. So the title of the first poem is If I Die Here on a Foreign Soil. If I die here on a foreign soil, bury me not, burn me instead. I have stayed here long enough with high hopes of homecoming. Send some of my ashes back to my homeland, as I have promised to return not long after. Ask my parents not to cry in great grief. They have cried enough in all those years. Ask them to forget their son who doesn't deserve a place in their heart, but tell them they have raised a man who fought well enough until his last breath, for a nation that is under an oppression and for a country whose countrymen continues to suffer. They might smile a bit after it, and I can rest in peace. And the title of second poem is A Home. Home. Ask me not, it hurts me so often. It's not either a place or space where I sleep, not at all a street or school where I walk. It's there where my heart hovers and hovers until it gets hurt. It's there where I sleep so sound as if I have no tomorrow. It's there where I walk and talk as if I own every piece of land. It's there, only there in my dream, and I dream so often. Hope you like two of my poems, and if you want to read more of my poems, then it's available in Sun Snow blog or Silent Songs of Sun Snow, so it's available over there. So inside Tibet, if Tibetan singers sing a song in praise of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and our political leaders, then they are immediately imprisoned and put behind the bars. But their songs can never be caught behind the bars. So we sing their songs to remember and respect their selfless sacrifice and remember them. So I will be singing here a song which is related with the mother and her loving son. So the lyrics goes like, the caring son has changed the dialect he speaks, the customs he wears, and the character he possesses. So when the mother meets him after all the years of cut off, then she may not be able to recognize him. So this song touches my heart, although it doesn't mean that I have changed everything, but because of the long years of cut off of more than 18 years, so it always touches my heart and always sing it, and hope you all will like it. With this, I'm done with singing Tibetan folk song, and I hope you all enjoy listening this Tibetan song. Although I'm not good at singing, but I hope this unique Tibetan song entertains you all. Thank you, and I hope that I will be able to get back to Tibet, free Tibet very soon, and so that I can invite you all to a free Tibet, and we all can have a lively discussion and enjoy the Tibetan traditional songs and dances together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ji, and thank you everyone.
Namaste. I am Ramya Krishna, an Indian classical dancer, an artist and teacher by profession. COVID-19, an all too familiar name of a global pandemic which has affected each and every human being on this planet in one way or the other, irrespective of who they are or where they are. In a way, COVID-19 has taught us the importance of physical health and well-being, the importance of building up our immunity, and such things. But what about the mental health and the emotional well-being of a person? Fear, anxiety, stress, all these have become synonymous with this pandemic. With work from home and study from home becoming the new reality, how do we cope up with this new normal? Let's do an activity together. Close your eyes and imagine what you like to do the most. For some, it may be listening to music. For some, it may be singing. For some, it may be playing an instrument. For others, it may be painting. For me, it's dance. In a way, we all dance. The way we laugh, the way we smile, the way we cry, the way we walk, the way we hip, the way we hop, all these are part of dance. But when this dance is given a specific structure and discipline, it becomes an Indian classical dance. In the previous video clip that was shown, I was portraying the fear, stress, anxiety which is faced by the students of today while juggling between the online classes, self-study, assignment, the anxiety of not meeting their friends, the stress of not even able to talk about what they are feeling. And I was depicting this through the art form that I have been trained in, which is Bharatnatyam. Bharatnatyam is one of the most ancient classical dance forms of India, which has its origin from a South Indian state called Tamil Nadu. The critical foundation of Bharatnatyam is based on the Natya Shastra, which was written by Acharya Bharatmuni. It was also known as the fifth Veda or the Natya Veda. Initially, it was performed in the temples by the Devadasis and it was a part of the rituals of the temple. But now it has become a mainstream art form and it's open to a much wider audience. A trained Bharatnatyam dancer has his or her own way of relaxing. The linear angular movements adds subtlety to its beauty. The beautiful hand gestures, the blossoming of a flower, a bee coming and sucking on the nectar, lovely facial expressions, the eye movements, all lead us to an aesthetic experience. The intense footwork releases all our stress and anger and helps us to relax. Bharatnatyam as an art form is deeply devotional in nature. Generally, we take stories from the Indian mythology and narrate it through rhythmical body movements and facial expressions. In the same line, I am going to perform a Varna on Goddess Durga, who is the slayer of demons and the harbinger of happiness and success. Namaste.
Om Namah Chandika.
नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क ताम तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क ताम तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क ताम तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क ताम तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क ताम तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम धरि किट्ट तक्क ताम तत्त किट्ट नक्क जम तक धरि किट्ट तक्क तत्त किट्ट नक्क तक्क जम तक धरि किट्ट तक्क तक्क जम तक नम तक रुम तक दित ताम तत्त किट्ट तक्क किट्ट दिक्किट्ट तत् दित तक तक ताम तत्त किट्ट तक्क किट्ट दिक्किट्ट तत् दित तक तक ताम तत्त किट्ट तक्क किट्ट दिक्किट्ट दळांगु तक तक महिषासुरनिर्नाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः महिषासुरनिर्नाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः महिषासुरनिर्नाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः महिषासुरनिर्नाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जयि रूपं देहि जयं देहि तडिकु दिंकु तकता देंकु तक्कु दुर्तत् दळांगु तक तकत दिंकु तकते देंकु तक्कु दुर्तत् दळांगु तक तडिकु दिंकु ता तकत दिंकु ता तडिकु दिंकु तकत दिंकु तडिंगु तद्द तक्कत तकतम 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 बीजवधे देवी चण्डमुण्ड विनाशिनी रक्तबीजवधे देवी चण्डमुण्ड विनाशिनी रक्तबीजवधे देवी चण्डमुण्ड विनाशिनी रक्तबीजवधे देवी चण्डमुण्ड विनाशिनी रक्तबीजवधे देवी चण्डमुण्ड विनाशिनी रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जयि रूपं देहि जयं देहि शुम्भस्यैव निशुम्भस्य धूम्राक्षस्य च मर्दिनि शुम्भस्यैव निशुम्भस्य धूम्राक्षस्य च मर्दिनि रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जयि रूपं देहि जयं देहि सौभाग्य आरोग्यं देहि मे परमं सुखं देहि सौभाग्य आरोग्यं देहि मे परमं सुखं देहि सौभाग्य आरोग्यं देहि सौभाग्य आरोग्यं देहि सौभाग्य आरोग्यं देहि सौभाग्य आरोग्यं देहि
यशस्वन्तं विद्यावन्तं यशस्वन्तं लक्ष्मीवन्तं जनं कुरु जनं कुरु जनं कुरु जय दुर्गे दुर्गति परिहारी जय दुर्गे दुर्गति परिहारी शुंभ विदारिणी मात भवानी जय दुर्गे जय दुर्गे जय दुर्गे दुर्गति परिहारिणी जय दुर्गे अष्टभुजाधर खड्ग विराजे अष्टभुजाधर खड्ग विराजे सिंह सवार सकल वरदानी ब्रह्मानंद शरण में आयो ब्रह्मानंद शरण में आयो भव भयनाश करो महारानी अष्टभुजाधर खड्ग विराजे सिंह सवार सकल वरदानी ब्रह्मानंद शरण में आयो भव भयनाश करो महारानी जय दुर्गे जय दुर्गे जय दुर्गे दुर्गति परिहारिणी जय दुर्गे सा निरसनि जपदा बलि जप मगपा बस जप मगमा गमदा पदनि जंसा निरसनि जपदा बलि जप मगपा बस जप मगमा गमदा पदनि धनि रे गरि सरसा निसनि धनि द पद प धनि द निसनि सरसा रे गरि सरि सनि सनि धनि द पद पद प सा सा ध जय दुर्गे जय दुर्गे जय दुर्गे दुर्गति परिहारिणी जय दुर्गे
Hello, everybody, and namaskar. Thank you, Anhat, for having me as part of this wonderful series that you've been running for a while now. And thank you, technology, for getting art and artists across even in these unprecedented times. When the lockdown was announced, I thought that I'm going to do a lot of and kind of get myself going on new skills and expand on my repertoire, music repertoire. But it's been almost 50 days now, and all I seem to have done is peel garlic and cut vegetables. So I was just thinking, this is some study in time management that I've been doing, I must say. The first song, therefore, that I'm singing to you about is time. It's about time and how we manage time. and it's actually sung by probably the first superstar of Indian cinema. This is K.L. Sehgal. He's apparently he was untaught, and before he became a musician, he earned his livelihood by selling Remington typewriters and keeping time in a railway station, and also at one point selling saris as a salesperson. However, of course, we know that the rest is history. This is a song from the 1933 hit that he had. It's called Afsar Bhi To Jaat, and it's from the movie Puran Bhakt. Prior to that, he'd had I think three flops, and that was his starting, and this was his first hit. So I'd like to start with that. Let me know if the tanpura, and thanks to technology, I also have an electronic tanpura and an electronic tabla, but I just hope that it doesn't kind of overpower the voice, or the voice doesn't overpower it. So let me know if it doesn't work. अवसर भी तो जात प्राणी तेरो, अवसर भी तो जात प्राणी तेरो, अवसर भी तो जात प्राणी तेरो, अवसर भी तो जात। हाँ, इस काल की हेरा फेरी में, इस काल की हेरा फेरी में तेरो अवसर भी तो जा। Is it okay? Is the balance okay? अवसर भी तो जात प्राणी तेरो, अवसर भी तो जात प्राणी तेरो, अवसर भी तो जात। हाँ, इस काल की हेरा फेरी में, इस काल की हेरा फेरी में, इस काल की हेरा फेरी में, इस काल की हेरा फेरी में तेरो अवसर भी तो जा। साठ मिनट गुजर गयो घंटा, 60 मिनट गुजर गयो घंटा, 60 मिनट गुजर गयो घंटा, इसमें दिन रात। 60 मिनट गुजर गयो घंटा, Gama pani ni ni pani pasani ma pa ni sa ni da pa ma pa ga ma pa ma ga sa 60 मिनट गुजर गयो घंटा 24 में दिन रात 60 मिनट गुजर गयो घंटा 24 में दिन रात पल पल करके छीन होता है पल पल करके छीन होता है एक आवत एक जात प्राणी तेरो एक आवत एक जात प्राणी तेरो एक आवत एक जात प्राणी तेरो एक जात प्राणी तेरो अवसर बीतो जाओ 60 मिनट गुजर गयो घंटा 24 में दिन रात पल पल करके होता है पल पल करके छीन होता है निजा मा मा गा पा पा मा पा गा मा पा नी 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 निजा गा गा सा गा मा पा नी नी गा मा पा नी सा नी दा पा मा पा गा मा पा मा गा सा 60 मिनट गुजर गयो घंटा 24 में दिन रात पल पल करके छीन होता है एक आवत एक जात प्राणी तेरो 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 अवसर बीतो जाए हाँ इस काल की हेरा फेरी में इस काल की हेरा फेरी में तेरो अवसर बीतो जाए बालकपन गया खेल कूद में बालकपन गया खेल कूद में जोबन जुबती सा बालकपन गया खेल कूद में जोबन जुबती सा बालकपन गया खेल कूद बालकपन गया खेल कूद में जोबन जुबती सा बालकपन गया खेल कूद में ना बालकपन गया खेल कूद में 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 बालकपन गया खेल कूद में, जोबन जुबती साथ। बालक गया खेल कूद में, जोबन जुबती साथ। जोबन जुबती जुबती साथ। बालकपन गया खेल कूद में, जोबन जुबती साथ। वृद्ध भयो कछु बन नहीं पायो, वृद्ध भयो कछु बन नहीं पायो। बन नहीं पायो, बन नहीं पायो, बन वृद्ध भयो कछु बन नहीं पायो। कांपत तेरो हाथ प्राण तेरो, 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 कांपत तेरो हाथ प्राण तेरो। अवसर बीतो जाए, हाँ इस काल की हेरा फेरी में तेरो। अवसर बीतो जाए, हाँ इस काल की हेरा फेरी में तेरो। अवसर बीतो, अवसर बीतो, अवसर बीतो जाए। The next one is also another KL Sehgal song, but this time a change in mood. Not so philosophical and not so much to tell us how much we waste our time. At this point, I'd like to also mention that I'm grateful to Mr. Pran Neville, who unfortunately is no more, for having introduced me to the music of KL Sehgal. And not just introduced me, actually he made me learn the songs and he made me sing them, which is how I'm singing them today before you. The next one is a 1940 song of his. This is from the movie Zindagi. The music is by Pankaj Malik, and you'll hear the song. जादू है इन दो मत वाले नैनों में, जादू है जादू है मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है। एक था सागर सा है, एक अथा सागर सा है इन दो मत वाले नैनों में, जादू है जादू है मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है इन दो मत वाले नैनों में, जादू है जादू है मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है। मन पूछ रहा है अब मुझसे, मन पूछ रहा है अब मुझसे, नैनों ने कहा है क्या तुझसे, मन पूछ रहा है अब मुझसे, नैनों ने कहा है क्या तुझसे, जब नैन मिले नैनों ने कहा, नैनों ने कहा जब नैन मिले नैनों ने कहा अब नैन बसेंगे मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है जादू है इन दो मत वाले नैनों में, जादू है मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है। I don't know. This is a song that these are some lines of Kabir that have been coming to me. It's a composition that I learned from Pandit Rajan Mishra. I'll sing a few lines of that. Without the tabla this time. रहना नहीं देश बिराना है, रहना नहीं देश ये संसार कागज की पुड़िया, ये संसार कागज की पुड़िया, ये संसार रहना नहीं देश बिराना है, रहना नहीं देश बिराना है, ये संसार कागज की पुड़िया, ये संसार कागज की पुड़िया, बूंद पड़े घुल जाना है, 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 रहना नहीं देश बिराना है, रहना नहीं देश बिराना है। I'd like to conclude now with something happier. This is a Meera bhajan, Meera bhajan, which I think a lot of people have sung in different ways. One of the reasons I like to sing Meera is because in my head, she is probably one of feminists that we've had in our culture. She lived life on her own terms. She was again a mystic poet. Left all the trappings of and comforts of her married life, and became a wandering mendicant almost, and believed in her convictions and didn't really care what society thought of her. So I'd like to. This is a song of Meera's which I've particularly chosen because it's a happy song, and it has been sung by many people. And the one that I am singing has a reference to. Well, not reference. I have actually learnt much of it from M.S. Subbulakshmi singing it in the movie Meera, which was made in Tamil in 1945 and then in Hindi in 1947. So this is Paga Gungaru Band, which a lot of people have sung in different ways, but I'd like to sing it this way. And in the movie, it's I think about a 3-minute song. Let's see how long I can stretch this and how long you can listen to it. घुंघरू बांधा, घुंघरू बांधा, पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू बांध मीरा नाची रे पग घुंघरू बांध मीरा नाची रे पग घुंघरू बांध मीरा नाची रे मैं तो अपने नारायण की मैं अपने नारायण की हो गई आप ही दास रे मैं तो अपने नारायण की हो गई आप ही दास रे पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू रे विष का प्याला राणा जी ने भेजा विष का प्याला राणा जी ने भेजा विष का प्याला राणा जी ने भेजा हाँ विष का प्याला राणा जी ने भेजा विष का प्याला राणा जी ने भेजा हाँ विष का प्याला राणा जी ने भेजा विष का प्याला विष का प्याला राणा जी ने भेजा हाँ विष का प्याला राणा जी ने भेजा पीवत मीरा हासी रे पीवत मीरा हासी रे पीवत मीरा हासी रे पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू रे लोग कहे मीरा हो गई बावरी लोग कहे मीरा हो गई बावरी लोग कहे मीरा हो गई बावरी 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 लोग कहे मीरा हो गई बावरी लोग कहे मीरा हो गई बावरी नाथ कहे कुल नासी रे नाथ कहे कुल नासी रे कुल नासी रे अविनाशी रे सहज मिले अविनाशी रे पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू बांध मेरा नाची 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 रे पग घुंघरू रे पग घुंघरू रे घुंघरू बांध मेरा नाची रे पग घुंघरू बांध पग घुंघरू बांध मेरा नाची रे पग घुंघरू बांध मेरा नाची 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 रे पग घुंघरू बांध मेरा नाची रे पग घुंघरू बांध मेरा नाची रे मेरा नाची रे पग घुंघरू बांध मेरा नाची रे नाची रे पग बांध मेरा नाची रे पग घुंघरू बांध घुंघरू बांध घुंघरू बांध Thank you, Anand. Take care, everybody.
Welcome everyone to the Star Scholars Annual Conference and the A. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Awards. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to our distinguished guests, presidents, vice chancellors, rectors, prime minister, faculty, and students. My name is Dr. Natalie Cruz, and I am the Director of Cross-Border Initiatives for the Star Scholars Network, as well as an assistant professor of education at Charleston Southern University in the United States. I have the great privilege in my role within STAR to engage with and support our innovative country directors as they lead chapters of the STAR Scholars Network. In their work, they engage with members to design local initiatives that support scholars and students in their national context, as well as sponsor cross-border forums, exchanges, and partnerships. Tonight, I am honored to welcome you to the award ceremony on behalf of the STAR leadership team. Wherever you find yourselves in the world, whether in India and our fantastic host country, in China, Brazil, Spain, Nepal, Australia, or in the dozens of other countries where our STAR members live, we are so glad that you are joining us for this fantastic annual event. OPJGU Global University has been the campus host, led by Dr. Mashmi Mukherjee, and they have done a fantastic job hosting and have no doubt collectively committed thousands of hours to plan this fantastic event. We are excited to present awards to 6 individuals who have made a tremendous impact on the global higher education field. We also welcome back world-renowned Professor A. Noam Chomsky, whom our awards are named after, to provide remarks at the end of the ceremony. Last year, his sobering remarks reminded us that as globally connected individuals, we are at a point where we have to determine whether we have the moral and intellectual capacity to join together to cooperate to overcome existential problems that are global in nature. This is exactly what the STAR Scholars Network aims to do through our mentoring, publication, partnerships, and conferences. Our grassroots movement of scholars working across borders allows us to be nimble, personable, and adapt to the rapidly changing global context. We're happy you've chosen to spend your valuable time with us, and we hope that you will continue to be engaged with the STAR Scholars Network beyond the annual conference. Now I'd like to formally introduce and welcome our special guest, Dr. Baburam Bhattacharjee, to give a special address as we symbolically pass the torch from last year's conference in Nepal to our conference this year in India. Dr. Bhattacharjee is an influential scholar, political activist, and the former Prime Minister of Nepal. He received his PhD in Regional Development Planning from Jawaharlal Nehru University in India, and his doctoral thesis was turned into a book entitled The Nature of Underdevelopment and Regional Structure of Nepal, a Marxist Analysis. Dr. Bhattacharjee became involved with Nepali politics while he was a student in India, and he rose to a leadership role with his party in the government in the 1990s. He was instrumental in the negotiations with his party and the government that led to peace in 2006 and in 2008 to the end of the Nepali monarchy and the establishment of a republic in the country. He served as the prime minister from 2011 to 2013 and afterward founded a new political party, which is currently known as the Janata Samajwadi Party, Nepal. He has been heralded as the architect of Nepal's constitutional turn and as a man of ideas who translates them into practice. In his 1997 essay, Political Economic Rationale of the War, Bhattacharjee identified Nepal's key structural issues, and his articulation remains the single most important text on which the Maoist insistence on redefining the relationship with India is based. He has published numerous books and articles, both in English and Nepalese, which have had a large impact on Nepalis both at home and abroad. We are incredibly honored to have him here with us tonight to share some special remarks. Let's all give a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Baburam Bhattacharjee. Dr. Baburam, I believe you're muted.
Thank, thank, yeah, thank you, Dr. Cruz. I'm honored to bring you greetings today on behalf. During last year's Star Global Conference, which was hosted by Nepal Open University, I had the wonderful opportunity to listen to Professor Somsky's remarks online. Today, I am delighted to briefly address the Star Global Conference, which is being hosted by OPJGU Global University in association with the Association of Indian Universities and in collaboration with other prestigious partners such as the American Association of Colleges and Universities. I congratulate all the organizers for hosting this global mega event. It is so fitting that the Global Connections Award bearing the name of Professor Somsky are administered by the Society of Transnational Academic Researchers STAR, an exceptional organization that transcends all kinds of borders and brings scholars and researchers together to contemplate on the potential solutions to challenges facing our common fate on this planet. I have been an admirer of Professor Chomsky since my postgraduate days at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. I know Professor Chomsky began his career as a linguist and kept exploring the threads of knowledge through various fields of study, including politics. His critical and engaging method is not only limited to scholarly works on power dynamics, agency, media, the centrality of education, the responsibility of public intellectuals, the necessity of civic imagination, moral responsibility, and a wide range of public concerns. It is his ability to translate what he writes and speaks into what he does and can be done by the future generation that makes him an exceptional public scholar. Therefore, what has made a lasting impression on me as a politician and a lifelong student of political economy is his vigorous activism, his consistent and courageous civic engagement, his resistance to imperialism, his ability to speak truth to power, and most crucially, his call for the possibility of political, economic, and cultural alternatives. We in Nepal have also begun our research for better alternatives. We recognize that contemporary political, economic, cultural, and environmental crises are only a manifestation of the larger ideological and systemic crisis. How can we resolve this crisis? All my life, I have believed that all political philosophies and theories are not dogmas, but tools to help us better understand the world and change it. In my own lifetime, I have I am overseeing profound crisis and contradiction within both capitalism and socialist states. On the one hand, you have increasing socioeconomic inequalities brewing within liberal democracies. On the other hand, there are socialist systems that tend to constrict basic political rights and freedoms in the name of addressing the socioeconomic domains. I think we must dare to admit and acknowledge the flaws and limitations of both these systems and to seek new alternatives that better suit the realities of our societies today. The alternative we are trying to build in Nepal today is a vibrant democracy, an enhanced form of socialism which must be inclusive and participatory and which ensures equitable economic development with environmental justice. We are living in a time when the COVID pandemic is not only reproducing various forms of inequalities and intensifying existing forms of power divisions, but also demanding more profound changes in the world order. A better world based on mutual cooperation and internationalism with a greater equality and justice in global power distribution is inevitable. Therefore, as someone who has been offering us all a daring language for a collective sense of agency and resistance against an oppressive old order, Professor Noam Chomsky is intellectually and politically more relevant now than ever. Therefore, today's event is a very special for me and for those attending from Nepal and the rest of South Asia. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to those who will be awarded the Noam Chomsky Global Connections Award today. I applaud the winners of this prestigious award for their outstanding intellectual contributions. I would also like to make a special mention of scholars like Dr. Uttam Gauli, who have an excellent potential of making significant impact on Nepal's development as well as other developing countries. I look forward to more engaging and valuable works from you all in the days to come. Together, we can build a better world. Thank you and best wishes to you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vatrai, for your important remarks and reminding us how important our shared work is to the global crises we're facing. We're so grateful that you were able to share with us today. And thank you for your leadership in Nepal and worldwide. Now I'd like to continue with the program and welcome the Star Scholars President, Dr. Uttam Gauli, for the presidential address. Dr. Gauli has devoted over 2 decades of his academic and professional life to promoting solutions related to student success, workforce development, and institutional effectiveness. Uttam Gauli currently serves as a professor in the Department of Advanced Studies, Leadership and Policy at Morgan State University in the United States. He served as the chair of the University Council at his institution from 2019 to 2021 and played a pivotal role in cultivating an effective relationship between the faculty and the administration. His research agenda intersects international higher education systems, diaspora studies, interdisciplinary perspectives on educational policy, global citizenship, and cross-cultural issues in international development and geopolitics. As a native of Nepal, Dr. Gauli has been directly contributing to the advancement of the higher education sector of his homeland. He has published countless articles, books, and given presentations and keynotes globally. Please welcome our esteemed star leader, Dr. Uttam Gauli.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz, for such a gracious introduction. Pranam, namaskar, hello stars. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Dr. Vatrai, the Honorable former Prime Minister of Nepal, Vice Chancellor C. Raj Kumar, our host, respected advisors of the Star Scholars Network, Dr. Deerdorf, Dr. Value, Dr. Hammond, Dr. Charles, Dr. Bhandari, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Guo, Dr. Sidden, Professor Bista, Professor Glass, Dr. Mukherjee, Dr. Wright, and the STAR leadership team, STAR country directors, fellow STAR scholars. One of our brightest stars is here with us today, the legendary Noam Chomsky. We are so fortunate to have Dr. Chomsky with us this evening. Professor Chomsky celebrated 93 years on Tuesday. So please join us in wishing Dr. Chomsky Janam Din Mubarak, a very happy birthday and many, many happy returns of the day. During last year's keynote speaker presenting the inaugural Noam Chomsky Global Connection Awards, Dr. Chomsky alerted us to 3 major challenges facing the world and proposed 3 solutions: internationalism, solidarity, and education. Professor Chomsky has always challenged us to think big. And it was in this spirit that he agreed to the Global Connections Awards being established in his name. The Noam Chomsky Global Connections Awards recognize individuals with a deep impact on advancing global social mobility via transnational research and human connections. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, OPJGU Global University. I wish to focus on some of the challenges higher education is faced with in different geographic and educational spaces to reiterate our mission and objectives and as a global organization and to issue a call to action. I'd like to begin with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. King said, "We must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools." So I urge us to prioritize collaboration, brotherhood, sisterhood, humanhood, globalism in higher education. One of the challenges we face is linguistic. Despite the fact that English is a global language and a preferred lingua franca of e-business and higher education worldwide, dialect level differences are frequently a source of both misunderstanding and inequity in higher education. Let me elaborate using a mix of what Braj Kachru termed world Englishes. You will notice that my own remarks will employ a mix of Indian, Nepali, American, and other Englishes to demonstrate how I have attempted to navigate multiple cultures and educational settings. As a former international student who studied in India, the United Kingdom, and the United States, I have many stories to share. Allow me to share one brief story today. When I first visited India as an international student at the age of 11, I had little difficulty understanding Hindi, but the English used in the neighboring country was a little different from what I had learned back home in Nepal. An inquisitive child born and raised in Nepal, I enjoyed drawing connections between different languages, cultures, and terrains. I now realize that I was speaking in English back home, and my English gave way to Hinglish in India. I mastered English before I visited Europe. When I came to the United States, I stayed with generous host families. They often told some self-deprecating jokes to make us international students feel good. A couple weeks into the semester, my friend Rashanda came to pick me up from my apartment. We were going to one school for observation as part of a project, and I didn't have a car then. She had offered me a ride. So during the icebreaker portion of our conversation, as we approached her car, I mentioned the Fulbright program because I had just arrived in Pittsburgh after a week-long Fulbright Gateway program at the University of Albany. "Fulbright?" she asked. "Get out of here." I was just getting into her car when she screamed these words, "Get out of here." I was stunned. I didn't understand that she was using a common American idiom. I interpreted her words literally. My ability to speak half a dozen languages did not help at all. So, should I get out of the car? I wondered, utterly confused. Is Fulbright a terrible thing? I had no clue. So in that awkward moment, I turned to look at her face for clues. And surprisingly, I saw no animosity. Her facial expressions and gestures were those of appreciation. I quickly figured out that she didn't really mean that I should get out of her vehicle. I understood that she had merely expressed some kind of disbelief in a positive way. So at that moment, my classes in Chomskyan linguistics flooded my mind. I wondered why the deep structure of her utterance contradicted the surface structure. And I tried to reconcile this with what I had learned and the abstract grammar, how the mind contains an inherent capacity to decode and understand language. And this understanding, my friend, has a bearing on a number of fields, including the philosophy of mind and of education and higher education as a whole. And believe me, the extent to which and the momentum with which artificial intelligence is both tracking and educating us is because of how those like Noam Chomsky challenged the way we perceived and understood language and our thought process. Had Chomsky not challenged us with philosophical noble questions, human advancement would very likely not have come this far. Therefore, I'm convinced that Noam Chomsky is the epitome of our collective wisdom. As one of our longtime Morgan State faculty member and linguist Anita Pandey notes, knowledge of language and other non-UN empowered ones are instead frequently seen as obstacles to higher education in many parts of the world. These are evident in the choice of instructional medium and in what has become the default language of scholarship, namely English. She continued, and this linguistic monopoly and hegemony, as she notes, must be matched by a broader vision of the expanding and expanded languages of higher education for the bilingual and multilingual world. In Pandey's words, the mostly bilingual and multilingual world is left at the mercy of monolingual English-speaking gatekeepers. Indeed, educational governance and oversight are also worth mentioning. Our theme this year, as you know, is leadership and institutional resilience, particularly in the context of cross-border education, as I see. Which brings me to the second challenge higher education faces, namely that of sound leadership. As we can see, the accrediting agencies and leaders of the Western world have helped higher education excel and grow in certain parts of the world. We are indeed so fortunate to have inspiring leaders like Dr. Bhattrai, Dr. Kumar, and Professor Chomsky with us today. Dr. Chomsky spoke truth to the power. Dr. Bhattrai brought power closer to the truth by staying overnight when he was prime minister in one of the poorest parts of the world, in the Musahar neighborhood. Dr. Kumar, as the vice chancellor, has demonstrated that leadership and resilience, what it looks like in higher education in a non-Western part of the world. Earlier this year, an article was published in the Indian Express. In that piece, Professor Raj argued that a university is not supposed to be a profit-driven corporation. Quote, such corporations are founded on the principles of profitability and return on investment. Universities, on the other hand, are universally expected to pursue the vision of common good, he noted. I could not agree more. Earlier this year, he hosted many powerful events, including the World University Summit in July 2021. OPJGU Global University's rise to prominence since its inception in 2010 is a testament to a powerful vision, a strong commitment, and persistent, strategic, and resilient drive to empower the community through higher education. And I agree with Dr. Baburam Bhattrai. Yeah, this kind of success is exemplary for university leaders around the world. In the spirit of our Star Scholar Network, these leaders, as well as Dr. Kumar, are the shiny examples of university leadership and intellectual resilience. In the United States, Indian origin people account for just about 1% of the US population, and yet they constitute 6% of Silicon Valley's workforce. Moreover, these individuals are disproportionately represented in the top brass as premier researchers, knowledge producers, and leaders. The potential of India as a disruptive force to be reckoned with in the 21st century makes higher education in India an even greater priority for the world. And not just from a workforce standpoint, but also from the perspective of innovation in healthcare and more. India has inspired the world by addressing the pandemic in multiple and effective ways. Neighboring China and the rest of the world was holding its breath and watching how one of the most populous countries fared. India, as one of the largest vaccine producers, has a role to play in fighting COVID-19 and its variants, and the institutions of higher education in India with satellites outside India are the birthplaces of the next generation of innovation. The Association of Indian Universities' involvement in this conference is greatly appreciated and meaningful. I heard Dr. Mittal's remarks earlier today during the inauguration ceremony. She is committed to an extraordinary feat of leadership in educating some 37 million students to be better citizens of India and global citizens who will shape a more humane world. The enormity of the influence of her leadership for the good of the world is just immeasurable. The third challenge I wish to mention today, one of content or curriculum in higher education, which, as you will undoubtedly agree with me, is still dictated by the Western world. Leading scholars such as Professor Elspeth Jones, Professor Hans DeWitt, have been calling for decolonization of curriculum and argued for a more inclusive and less elitist approach to internationalization that is based on mutual benefit and development for entities and individuals in the developed, emerging, and developing countries. Other prominent scholars such as Professor Chris Glass, Professor Krishna Vista, Professor Lee Tran have reiterated this point multiple times, but unfortunately, the policymakers in general are far from heeding the call. I first became aware of the global agenda of higher education at the University of Pittsburgh when I found my home at Morgan State University, where the Star Scholars Network is headquartered. I realized that education of African Americans and other minorities in the United States started with leadership and advocacy from leaders like Frederick Douglass, Dr. Benjamin Quarles, and not long after, Mr. Green, one of our founding fathers at Morgan State University, who was imprisoned for being caught with a book. Imagine that. And hence were born the HBCUs and tribal universities and Hispanic serving institutions in the United States. The rest of the world also needs to focus on customizing higher education to bring about necessary local and, as Dr. J.K. Botakoma says, local challenges, local changes. Let me repeat that again, local and local change. The Star Scholars Network is one such platform through which we seek to connect the dots in order to find ways to address the challenges we face. We're interested in deepening our understanding across different areas because we know that solutions to complex problems cannot be found in academic silos. I'm proud of an organization like STAR and its role in promoting global education. We must challenge educational leaders, faculty, and students to act as role models within their institutions and their communities. How do we do that? By dedicating ourselves to the advancement of global scholarship and by moving from knowledge acquisition to innovative applications so that our global society is more thoughtful, respectful, and adventuresome in crossing national frontiers towards achievement of a healthier, collaborative, and more welcoming global environment. This beautiful vision has translated into this amazing organization consisting of scientists, scholars, researchers, practitioners, leaders who have been advancing this mission in impressive ways across the globe. Today, the Star Scholars Network spans across 115 countries with over 15,000 members across 2,353 universities. and has launched over a dozen academic journals, including many issues in languages other than English. I feel incredibly honored and privileged to lead this distinguished global forum. We had overwhelming interest from our members around the world to meet in Kathmandu last year, but our conference had to be shifted online very abruptly. And I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Baburam Bhattarai for accepting our invitation to join us this evening to pass the torch of STAR from Nepal to India. And you know what? Too many of our friends, including myself, were excited to visit India. I was actually fortunate to visit India earlier this year. But I would like to thank Vice Chancellor Raj. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Raj, for hosting us this year in India, even though virtually. We have felt your presence. Really, it has come through the Indian grace. And by the way, our next conference will be in Mauritius. Let's hope and pray that we will be able to meet each other in person on the beautiful island nation, which is also known as the star and key of the Indian Ocean. You will hear the official invitation from Vice Chancellor Jury from the University of Mauritius on Sunday during the valedictory session. I would like to thank our sponsors, especially Morgan State University, the Association of American Colleges and Universities, the Advanced College of Engineering and Management in Kathmandu, and the Association of Indian Universities. Arkosal Mauritius Malatamla. My friends, please stay well, stay connected. You are the stars. Keep shining bright. Tech teams, can you please spotlight our legendary professor, Noam Chomsky, so that everybody can enjoy this moment to their heart's content. We are celebrating the happy birthday of Professor Chomsky throughout this week. And everybody wants to hear you, look at you, Professor Chomsky. We really appreciate your presence. And that's the end of my remarks. I invite Professor Anthony Ogden, the chair of the A. Noam Chomsky Awards Committee, to conduct the award ceremony now. Professor Ogden.
Well, thank you, Professor Ghali, and thank you so much for those remarks. I believe we're going to start with a video. Hopefully that video will be queued up now.
Yeah, I believe so. Looks like it's coming through. A. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Awards. Where is the sound?
Well, I appreciate you showing that video. I'm sorry that the sound wasn't there for us, but let's go ahead and make some sound of our own, shall we? My name is, once again, Anthony Ogden. I am with Gateway International Group, a relatively new organization and a proud sponsor of today's or this week's Star Scholars Annual Conference. I'm very glad to be here, and I'm honored once again to be able to announce this year's A. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Awards. I'm going to share my screen, and we'll go ahead and get started. So this year, as with last year, we have several categories of awards. We have our North Star Medal of Lifetime Achievement. We have our Shining Star Achievement in Research Award. We have our Rising Star Emerging Scholar Certificate, which recognizes both emerging scholars that have recently completed their terminal degrees, as well as those who are in process. And then this year we've added a fourth award, Star Humanitarian Award in Global Health. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be announcing a winner this year for the Star Humanitarian Award in Global Health. So let's focus on the first three. Now, as I begin, let me share my appreciation to the members of the committee that helped to select among our many, many nominations for the various awards this year. They are, the committee members are Dr. Krishna Bista from Morgan State University. We had Dr. Jasper Kunting Shea from University of New South Wales in Australia, Dr. Yao Tai Lee from Hong Kong Baptist University, Miss Maria Pilar Lorenzo from Ghent University in Belgium, Dr. Raphael Pangalangan from OPJGU Global University, our host institution this year. Thank you so much, Raphael. And Dr. Lee Tran from Deakin University in Australia. Now, these names may be familiar to you because in most respects, they are the recipients of our very inaugural awards last year, 2020 recipients. And I have invited these members to come back and to join me this year and in introducing our recipients for the 2021 awards. So let's go ahead and kick this off with the North Star Medal of Lifetime Achievement. Now, this is the Star Scholars Network's premier acknowledgement of outstanding achievement and success in transnational research. It honors a senior scholar whose name has already been mentioned today, for whose lifelong service, leadership, and contributions in many ways serve as a guiding North Star for scholarly collaboration in research. This person is known to us all, but I will ask Professor Elsbeth Jones to join me now in introducing this year's winner.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogden. It was my great honor to win this award last year, and it's my great honor this year to present Professor Hans de Wit for this North Star Medal of Lifetime Achievement in the A. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Awards of the Star Scholars Network. Professor de Wit, as many of you will know, is a giant in the field of international education. He's been a major influence on research and practice for over 4 decades. His transnational scholarship has seen him work across the globe with fellow academics, students, administrators, government ministries, and various international bodies, such as the European Commission, UNESCO, the World Bank, the OECD, the International Association of Universities, and the European Parliament. His capacity to inspire, collaborate, and publish with emerging scholars is outstanding, and his support for more established names in the field is always generous, cooperative, and without thought for personal prestige. Professor de Wit is a wonderful mentor and leads by example, never pushing himself forward, but supporting and guiding others to achieve the outcomes he feels confident that they can. I am personally extremely grateful for his support, mentorship, guidance, and encouragement over the years, and I am simply one of many. Professor de Wit has played a major role in helping to professionalize the field, amongst others as a founding member of the European Association for International Education, one of the most important global associations, and as founding editor of the Journal of Studies in International Education, the leading academic journal for researchers and practitioners in internationalization. He's written many books and articles on international education, often co-authored with emerging and established scholars from around the world. His fluency in Spanish sees him collaborate frequently with colleagues in Latin America. He's a great champion of ensuring that all voices are heard. He's worked in particular to include those from the Global South, from Central America, a range of African countries, Russia, India, and Central Asia. These are just a few of Professor Hans de Wit's many contributions to our field, and he is most deserving of the North Star Medal of Lifetime Achievement. As Dr. Ogden said, this is the premier acknowledgement of outstanding achievement and success in transnational research. It honors a senior scholar whose lifelong service, leadership, and contributions serve as a guiding North Star for scholarly collaboration in research. Professor de Wit has shown over and again that he is a guiding star, and today we both congratulate and thank him for his many contributions and achievements.
And Professor DeWitt, if you would unmute yourself and maybe offer a couple comments for us.
Thank you. Sorry, technology is still a challenge for everybody. Thank you, Elsbeth, for your kind remarks and your recommendation for this prestigious North Star Lifetime Achievement Award. Thanks also to the Star Scholars Network and its committee that has been selecting me for this award. And in particularly also thanks to Professor Noam Chomsky, who already during my study times in social anthropology and development sociology was an inspiration for me during my studies, but also in my activism to make a better world. I really appreciate his connection to this important award. I also want to congratulate my fellow colleagues receiving their deserved awards today. It's an honor to follow in the footsteps of my dear colleague and friend Elspeth Jones, with whom I have had the pleasure to collaborate in research and on internationalization for many, many years. I've been actively involved in international education as a practitioner scholar for 4 decades. Collaboration has been of utmost essence for me over those 40 years, both in practice and in scholarship. And I appreciate that Elspeth Jones is emphasizing that aspect in my career as well. I've worked together and learned a lot from my partnership with experienced colleagues such as Philip Albach, who is giving his keynote tomorrow at this conference, Jay Knight, who I worked with on the concept of internationalization in the 1990s, Betty Lisk on the internationalization of the curricula, and of course Elspeth Jones, to mention a few essential ones among many other scholars and practitioners around the globe. While the names I gave are experienced scholars and colleagues, I always have, as Elspeth Jones has said, valued also to work with new rising stars in the field of international education, giving them my experience and expertise, but even more important, learning much from their experience and views. One is never too old to learn, and I continue to be inspired by the next generations of practitioners, graduate students, and postdocs. I also have had the rich experience of working with colleagues from all over the world, learning in particular from scholars and practitioners from Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America. The studies about internationalization of higher education in the Asia-Pacific region, which Jay Knight and I did with colleagues from that region in the 1990s, as well as the World Bank study at the start of the century on internationalization of higher education in Latin America, with other colleagues from that region, in particular my close friend, Professor Jocelyn Gazelle-Avila, are examples of our view that internationalization is not a Western phenomenon, but a global one. As Professor Uttam Golay has mentioned correctly, Elspeth Jones and I together also have been emphasizing for years the importance of challenging the view of internationalization as a Western paradigm, and to acknowledge the relevance of internationalization in the global South. And it's great to see that it gets ever more attention. Equity, inclusion, and ethics are key for the future of internationalization in higher education. Of course, internationalization as a concept and strategic agenda is a relatively new, very broad, and also very varied phenomenon, driven by a dynamic combination of political, economic, social, cultural, and academic rationales and stakeholders. Its impact on regions, countries, and institutions varies according to their specific context. There's not one single model at all. So it's important that we understand those contexts and learn from them to make exchange and collaboration better and meaningful. The traditional emphasis on internationalization has been on exchanges and cooperation to contribute to a better understanding of different cultures and languages, as well as for research collaboration. But since the mid-1990s, a gradual but increasingly visible shift has unfortunately been taking place towards more competition. In 2011, Uwe Brandenburg and I stated that although internationalization is claimed to be the last stand for humanistic ideas against a world of pure economic benefits, The reality is that it ignores the fact that activities more related to the concept of globalization, higher education as a tradable commodity, are increasingly executed under the flag of internationalization. We expressed concern about the devaluation of internationalization as it was meant to me, and called for a critical reflection on its concept. And this focus on internationalization as a tradable commodity has unfortunately has continued, but at the same time, it resulted at the turn of the century in appeals for a return to ethics and values of cooperation by the internationalization at home movement, first in Europe and later on elsewhere in the world, and a call for internationalization of the curriculum in the United Kingdom and Australia in reaction to the exclusive focus on international student recruitment and offshore delivery. In 2020 and currently, although this critique on the notion of internationalization as a competitive and exclusively tradable commodity became widely acknowledged, and notions like internationalization at home, internationalization of the curriculum, internationalization for society, humanistic internationalization, global learning for all, have found ample support and in reports, documents, statements, and even policies. The reality of internationalization as a tradable commodity, unfortunately, is still strongly prevalent. The rise of nationalist, populist movements, bans on immigration, attacks on academic freedom, anti-globalist protests, racism, and geopolitical tensions might all have negative implications for internationalization. Similarly, through the interconnection of our societies and economies, natural disasters and health hazards have increasingly a global scope, impacting higher education and internationalization endeavors. The current COVID-19 epidemic is a clear illustration of this kind of challenges that we face. Even more important, the whole issue of climate change should be driving much more our ways in a different direction than unfortunately is happening. But at the same time, internationalization cannot return to old habits and needs entering a new phase and new forms. A shift from internationalization abroad with a strong focus on the small elite of mobile students, faculty, administrators, and programs needs to be toward internationalization at home and virtual exchange for all members of the academic community. That is more urgent than ever, certainly after the COVID-19 pandemic and given climate changes and sustainable development goals. Internationalization is a process in constant evolution. Let us continue to work on making it more inclusive, equal, and ethical. More than a personal award, I would like to see receiving this award as a recognition of the increasing relevance of contributions and partnerships of established but foremost rising scholars, including those also awarded today, in internationalization of higher education for a better society, more needed than ever before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, everybody. Please join me wherever you may be in the world and applaud and recognize Professor DeWitt's amazing contribution. Congratulations, sir. And thank you as well, Professor Jones, for the very lovely introduction of Professor DeWitt and his accomplishments. Congratulations, sir. You are the 2021 recipient of the North Star Medal of Lifetime Achievement. Let us move now to the next category of awards. Thank you again. This category is the Shining Star Achievement in Research Award. Now, this award recognizes influential scholarly contributions in any discipline or language, whether they be in the form of scholarly journals, articles, books, book chapters, or other expressions of scholarly collaboration. It recognizes an exemplary publication, not necessarily an individual or individuals, but here today, joining me is last year's recipient, Dr. Yao Tai Li, to recognize this year's recipient and her publication. Dr. Li, would you please join me now?
Yep.
There we are. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yao Tai Li. It's a huge honor for me to introduce the recipient of this year's Shining Star Achievement in Research Award, Professor Catherine Gomez. Thanks for joining us in the midnight of Australia. Professor Gomez is currently Associate Professor of Asian Media and Culture in the School of Media and Communication at IIHED University in Australia. Professor Gomez is internationally recognized as a leading scholar on the lived experience of international students, their digital engagement, and their well-being. Her book covers the themes of identity, ethnicity, race, memory, and gender in the transnational and migration setting, particularly the migration flow between Asian Pacific regions and Australia. Her work has inspired other scholars, many other scholars and students in the fields. Professor Gomez has been engaging in many impactful professional activities. She is the editor of the Media, Culture, and Communication in Migrant Society book series, published by Amsterdam University Press, the founding editor of Transitions, Journal of Transient Migration, and the founding convener of the Mobilities, Migrations, and Diverse Communities Research Group at IIHED University. Professor Gomez was also a recipient of the Australian Research Council Discovery Early Career Researcher, DECRA, in 2013 to 2016, a very competitive and prestigious grant in Australia. Professor Gomez's influential contribution to the field of transnational studies are also demonstrated from her consistent publications. Professor Gomez has now published 4 monographs and edited or co-edited 6 books. Her recent books, as you can see in the screen, titled Parallel Societies of International Students in Australia, Connections, Disconnections, and the Global Pandemic, published by Routledge, was just came out this year, and is available for order now. The book explores the social and cultural spaces that international students occupy in destination countries. It examines the connections students make and the significance of parallel societies in helping them become resilient, empowered, and self-sufficient. This book also reflects on the impact of global pandemic on international students and highlights their ability to adapt, finding community and developing resilience in uncertain and precarious times. Very timely and important contributions. Once again, please join me in congratulating Professor Catherine Gomez.
Professor Gomez, would you like to offer some brief comments?
Oh, thank you so much, Yatao and Tony, for those lovely words. I'm very touched. Before I speak more, I would like to acknowledge the Wurrung people whose unceded lands I very graciously accept this award. I'm very humbled and honored to receive this, in part because I think the STAR Network is such a fabulous network for building community and providing a voice for scholars, with equality as a key driver, which is something that, the Noam Chomsky Awards facilitate and acknowledge. We've been in the last 2 years in a rather interesting kind of situation, haven't we? COVID has, in a way, allowed us to see things that we've never seen before. One of the things that has always struck me about the last couple of years is that inequalities have become much more clearer. People here in Australia keep on saying, we can't wait to go back to pre-COVID, back to this normal. And to me, I think, the normal was actually not quite right. And COVID kind of showed us that. And it also showed us how important, global connections are. So many of us have been in lockdown. Melbourne has been, is known as one of the most locked down cities in the world. But at the same time, because of lockdowns, we've actually seen how important global connections are. We've seen how important connections to different people are. We've seen how diversity needs to shine whenever something like a pandemic, a global crisis hits us. So these awards are really, really very special, and I'm completely honored to be together with my fellow recipients, everyone from Hans, who's an inspiration, Elspeth is an inspiration, people who have provided young scholars, up and coming scholars, those opportunities, which I'm so happy to see, scholars like Sean and Anson and Joseph and Andrew, receiving awards for the wonderful work which they are doing and the wonderful work that they will be doing. And, so watch the space. I'm so really excited about that. One of the things that has always inspired me to do the work that I do is I think I'm a really boring person, so I need to tell the stories of others. And the migrant, especially the transient migrant, the temporary migrant, is always the person which we need to tell the story about. And people who travel to places where they have little or no rights, who are uprooted, who are unrooted, those stories need to be told. And with international students, we've moved on from talking about them in terms of study, in terms of pedagogy, but really we need to understand everyday life, because the social and cultural spaces that they occupy influences the way that they perform in terms of study. It influences the ways that they, their aspirations. And we need to actually find out much more about that. And I'm just so privileged to do this kind of work. I won't speak too long because I'm really looking forward to hear what my fellow awardees have to say. But thank you so very much for this award. And again, because of building community, one cannot receive an award like this without having a whole village around them. And I've been really lucky to have some of the best researchers to work with and some of the best international education practitioners to work with. And so thank you so much for this honor, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, congratulations once again, Dr. Catherine Gomez, and for your shining star achievement in transnational research here with Parallel Societies of International Students in Australia. Congratulations, and thank you as well, Dr. Lee, for that generous introduction. Now, in interest of time, we're going to move a little bit more swiftly here. Let's move to our next award category. This is the Rising Star Emerging Scholar Certificate. Now, each year we recognize emerging scholars who have shown significant promise and commitment to transnational research. We recognize up to 2 scholars who've recently or within the last 5 years have completed their post-terminal degree in any field, who have distinguished themselves as rising scholars in advancing transnational research. Now, today we're recognizing 2 recipients of this certificate, and joining me in introducing them is last year's recipient, Dr. Raphael Pengelengen. And I'm not sure where in the world, but it looks very dark where you are at today, sir.
Yes, hi, Tony. Thank you so much. And good evening from the Philippines. It's a pleasure to be here once again with the network. Greetings to everyone, Professor Chomsky, Vice Chancellor Raj Kumar, and of course the respected members of the Star Scholars Network. Such a pleasure to be here with you today with kindred souls. As mentioned earlier by Tony, we award the Rising Star Emerging Scholar Certificate to 2 categories of awardees. And without further ado, I am happy to announce our 2 post-terminal degree scholar recipients. First is Dr. Joseph Leviton. Dr. Leviton, or otherwise known as Joe, is an assistant professor at McGill University, as well as the co-founder of 2 international nonprofit organizations in Peru. Dr. Leviton's work and scholarship engages in community-based collaborative action, research to develop more responsive, socially just, and culturally grounded educational policies and practices throughout the Americas. Dr. Leviton has spoken about issues of social justice and identity around the world, including in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and North and South America. And among his many, many ongoing projects, Dr. Leviton is currently working with Indigenous students and community leaders to develop school curriculum and lessons based in students' communities' knowledge and ways of being. Dr. Leviton, our first post-terminal degree recipient of the award this year, our heartfelt congratulations.
Thank you, and congratulations indeed. Dr. Leviton, would you like to make some brief comments?
Sure, great. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. First, I just want to say thank you to the Star Scholar Network and the committee. It's really a great honor to receive this award, particularly because Dr. Chomsky is a scholar whose works have inspired me for years and who have actually taught about since I began my role as a professor. It's also just great, and I'm very humbled and grateful to be selected for this. So thank you to the Star Scholar Network. I'd also just like to acknowledge and offer gratitude to all of the collaborators, mentors, friends, and colleagues I work with around the world. I'd like to specifically thank Dr. Kayla Johnson, who's been a wonderful partner and collaborator throughout this work across 7 countries over the past 6 years, and Dr. Julia Mafuz, who's a great friend and collaborator. Finally, I want to send a special thank you to the Ayus of Ollantaytambo and the Cuenca Patecancha in Peru. These are community members, friends, and colleagues I've worked with since 2010, and without them, I wouldn't be doing any of this today. So I just want to send my gratitude that way. And then I'd also just like to send a special thank you to my home community in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm humbled and grateful to call all of you friends, colleagues, and family. It's also great to meet Dr. Gali at Morgan State. I grew up about 5 minutes away from the campus, so it's really kind of fun to have that connection. I'll keep things pretty brief. I just want to say one more thing. Similar to the esteemed colleagues here, my work is founded upon the idea that research and scholarship should make direct contributions to the lives of community members that I work with, who I work with. I found personally that intellectual and research work and action and social change are mutually reinforced when we are able to cross boundaries and collaborate in socially just ways. Co-acting and co-learning allows us to foster more responsive organizations and foster equitable voice, which allows us to uncover the many challenges that global crises foist upon people's day-to-day lives. Socially just collaboration allows us to co-create processes to decolonize the structures that have fostered injustice. In a time of polarization, working with collaborative colleagues who show that it's possible to be similar and different at the same time across our multiple identities and to live well with multiplicity is inspiring. I'm grateful for the opportunities and the meaningfulness I have been able to engage in starting my career. I'm very grateful to meet you all at the Star Scholars Network. I feel that there's an intellectual home here. Congratulations to the fellow winners, and I hope to collaborate with you all in the future. Thank you again.
Well, thank you very much. And congratulations to you, Dr. Leviton, for receiving the Rising Star Emerging Scholar Certificate for 2021. Now, sharing this award, we have one more introduction to make. Over to you, sir, Dr. Pengling.
Thanks again, Tony, and thank you again, Dr. Leviton. Now to announce our next awardee, Mr. Nia Andrew Jung. Dr. Jung is an early career researcher and research fellow in the College of Business and Economics at ANU, the Australian National University. He aspires to improve the quality of students' learning experience and their employability in a quickly evolving world. Dr. Jung is a proud recipient of several prestigious scholarships, including the European Commission's Erasmus Mundus Scholarship and the Australian government's Endeavour Postgraduate Award. He has likewise, to date, co-authored approximately 30 academic publications related to graduate employability, work-integrated learning, teacher education, international education, and English language teaching. His research projects embrace international and transnational perspectives as he collaborates with scholars in different countries to increase the impact of these projects. Very, very impressive and very much well-deserved. Dr. Jung, our many congratulations.
And Dr. Tran, would you like to make a comment?
Yes. So good morning, everyone from Canberra, Australia. It is 2:41 on Saturday morning already. So I think I'm a little bit sleepy, but thank you very much. Okay, so I would like to say thank you to Star Network for awarding me this award. This is very meaningful and come just in time. because it addressed one of the questions that is hanging in my mind. So I started my academic careers in Vietnam when I was very young, just about 23 years old, because of the nature of the education system in there. But then I just left everything behind and started all over again in Australia in 2012. And I faced a lot of difficulties getting into the systems, as well as to write my publications in the second language, that is English. Many times I just felt like I had a heart attack because of reading all the critical feedback from reviewers, but I didn't give up. I tried my best to analyze the comments and tackle some of the issues that I mentioned. I tried to team up with people who are more capable than me in terms of doing research, so that I can learn from them, because they are a great source of motivations, advice, and experience. And I tried to connect with my former friends that I made when I studied in Europe for my master's degree, and also try to contact new people through my existing network. So by working with people, I realized the powers of teamwork, and I learned a lot from them. And together we has published a lot of papers together. So far, I have already authored and co-authored 3 books, 7 book chapters, and about 20-ish journal articles. I'm very proud of that because I'm still an emerging early career researcher, what they call me. But I'm very proud of that. But still, there is one thing hanging in my mind, that is, so with all that numbers of publications, then how are they received by other researchers, whether they are beneficial to other stakeholders? So the Rising Star Emerging Scholar Certificate just comes in time to tell me that my work are qualities and approved by the researchers out there. So it increased my confidence to continue to do whatever I'm doing. And for sure, it will give me a lot of motivation for me to go further in the journeys of becoming an academic, international academic. So once again, I would like to thank the STAR Networks and Professor Noam Chomsky for giving me this award. On this occasion, I would like to extend my hearty thank you to all of my supporters, mentors, and supervisors for their contributions in my career developments in Australia. I will try my best not to let you disappointed for all of the trust that you give to me. So thank you so much, everyone.
Well, congratulations once again, Dr. Tran. And you are the 2021 Rising Star Emerging Scholar. So thank you very much for all of the terrific work that you and fellow recipient Joseph Leviton have been doing. So congratulations to both of you, and try to get some rest. Let's move to our the second category here of this award. And this is where we recognize current scholars who are engaged in the final stages of their doctoral research. We have 2 recipients in this category, and joining me now is last year's recipient. We have Maria Pilar Lorenzo joining us. Maria, if you wouldn't mind to mute yourself, and let's talk about these 2 awards. And I have to tell you, folks, when you hear Maria's introduction of these 2 recipients, you're going to be as impressed as the committee was. The first recipient in particular has a publications list longer than my leg. I have never seen someone who's just in their earliest stages of their doctoral research to be able to be so prolific. And anyhow, just 2 terrific awardees indeed. So Maria?
Thank you, Dr. Ogden. It is with immense pleasure and honor to be in the company of Professor Emeritus Noam Chomsky, President Uttam Gauli, and the rest of STAR Scholars Network to announce this year's Rising Star Emerging Scholar awardees under the graduate student category of the A. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Award. I am delighted to announce our 2 awardees this year. Our first recipient of the Rising Star Emerging Scholar Award goes to Mr. Anson O. Mr. Anson O is a Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada doctoral fellow and PhD candidate in sociology at the University of Toronto. His research examines social and economic networks, professions and organizations, and East Asian affairs. O's work has been published in journals such as Information, Communication, and Society, Journal for the Theory of Social Behavior, the Sociological Quarterly, among others. He has previously held visiting positions at the Seoul National University, Yonsei University, National Sun Yat-sen University, the University of Malaya, and the London School of Economics and Political Science. Congratulations, Mr. O, and thank you for all that you do to advance transnational research, and we look forward to hearing more great things from you.
And would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much. Good evening from Hong Kong. Thank you very much to the selection committee, to the OPJGU University, and to Dr. Ogden for this tremendous honor. I'm deeply grateful and humbled to receive it and to stand among such distinguished company like Dr. Batrai and my fellow award winners as I do. I started my career as a sociologist because of Professor Chomsky, whose work in advocacy I read with terrific interest as an undergrad. So just to be in the same room, even Zoom room as him, it puts me over the moon. I owe a deep intellectual debt and gratitude to Professor Chomsky, and I hope to repay that in small part in the future by striving to emulate a small piece of his enormous contribution to the public good. Thank you everyone again for this tremendous honor and for a night I'll never forget.
Thank you very, very much. And congratulations to you, Professor O, the Rising Star Emerging Scholar Certificate winner this year in our graduate student category. So welcome and congratulations. And Maria, let's go to our final recipient for the evening.
Sure. So now to our second recipient of the Rising Star Emerging Scholar Award. It is with much delight that I announce that it goes to Mr. Sean Starr. Mr. Sean Starr is Associate Professor and Associate Dean at Jindal Global Law School. He is the Director of the Center for India-Australia Studies and Director of the Center for Sports Law, Business and Governance at OPJGU Global University. Starr has been working in India since 2010. As an Australian qualified lawyer, he has worked at various top-tier law firms in Australia and India. He was named as one of 30 people to watch in the business of law by Asia Law Portal. Starr is widely published in the field of sports, law and governance, as well as comparative law. He's passionate about promoting the Australia-India relationship and has published a book entitled Australia and India, a comparative overview of the law and legal practice. He is the co-founder and former chair of the Australia-India Youth Dialogue. His opinion pieces have been featured in Indian and Australian national newspapers, and he has participated in panel sessions on Indian Prime Television. Congratulations, Mr. Starr. Thank you for all your efforts to advance transnational collaborations, and we also look forward to hearing more great things from you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lorenzo, and congratulations to you, Professor Starr. And I have to tell you, for all transparency, your name had no bearing on whether or not you would be selected for this award. Would you like to offer a few comments?
Thanks, Tony. I have to say on that note, I sort of have flinched a couple of times. It's also about almost 2 a.m. here in Brisbane, and every time the word star has been said, which has been an awful lot this evening, I've sort of wondered if it was a call to me. But no, I'm truly appreciative and honored to be in such great company and to receive this award. So thank you to the Star Scholars Network and the selection committee, and truly amazing, as I said, to be in such great company tonight. I too, like Kat, would like to acknowledge the original custodians of the land that I currently sit on, the Yagara people, because I'm currently here in Brisbane, Australia. And I want to, apart from acknowledging the Star Scholars Network and the committee, my support network at OPJGU Global University, who are incidentally the hosts of the conference this year, and our Vice Chancellor, who will be speaking shortly, Professor C. Raj Kumar, for his ongoing support, not only of myself, but of my colleagues, and really of the vision of OPJGU Global University, which is consistent with the vision of the Star Scholars Network in terms of promoting transnational research, networks, and collaboration across borders. And that's something we have truly, I mean, global is our middle name at JGU. And as a consequence, it's been a big part of my work, which I'm very passionate about, building linkages between our institution, and collaborators abroad. So we do a lot of work, for example, with Australian universities through the center that I run at JGU. And as a consequence, a lot of my research also is collaborative, whether it's in sports law, higher education or comparative law. And I believe my colleagues too look to instill that sense of comparative legal studies, but also transnational collaboration in our teaching to the next generation of scholars. So, as I said, I'm truly honored, not only to be in such great company when receiving this award, but also because I believe that the vision of Star Scholars truly aligns with what I seek to achieve as a young emerging scholar, and that of the institution that I currently work at too, at OPJGU Global University. So thanks again for this honor, and I look forward to the main event after this award ceremony as well.
Well, congratulations to you again, Professor Starr, and as well to Professor O. Thank you, Maria Pilar Lorenzo. I really appreciate your introductions, and congratulations. And everyone, please join me in congratulating all of our winners here this evening. What a special, dynamic, truly prolific group of winners. Congratulations, everyone. Now, if you've not noticed, these announcements are now live on the website of the Star Scholars Network. You can scroll down and see these most wonderful photographs and read their bios more closely and be able to follow up with the award winners directly if you wish. Now, with that, let me stop sharing my screen and take this moment to introduce Professor Siraj Kumar, the Vice Chancellor of OPJGU Global University, our host for the conference, as well as a recipient university of some of the awards that we've spoken to this evening. Professor Kumar, would you please introduce as Professor Starr mentioned, our main event this evening, our keynote speaker.
Hello and namaste to all of you. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to our friends all over the world. Let me begin by, first of all, congratulating our outstanding group of young star scholars. I think the terrific contributions that they've made all these years have led to this recognition, and they most deserve it. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all of them. Of course, I want to once again extend my heartiest greetings to the Star Scholars Network, the Global Conference, and Noam Chomsky Global Connections Award presentation. I believe is an extraordinary initiative that has brought together the world of higher education. This year's theme, the higher education for the greater good, leadership and institutional resilience, has been organized at the most appropriate time. And I'm grateful to several people who are here today, in particular, Professor Dr. Uttam Gauli. And I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Natalie Cruz, Dr. Bahuram Bhattaraj, Dr. Anthony Ogwin, and of course, the mentor for so many scholars and for so many people finding their purpose and meaning in their scholarship, Professor Dr. Noam Chomsky. For most of my academic life, I've had the opportunity to hear him from distance, and it's an absolute privilege for me to personally be present here and to formally introduce Professor Noam Chomsky. I also must say that one of the remarkable aspects of his work is the fact that he inspired individuals and continued to inspire individuals and institutions from around the world. He quintessentially epitomizes the idea of a public scholar, a true public intellectual who has spent his entire life speaking truth to power, and in that process inspired generations of young people, many of whom have acknowledged that as they have received the Star Scholars Award today. Professor Chomsky is the distinguished keynote speaker of the Star 2021 Global Conference. He has received several awards, and he's been a very distinguished scholar. He's currently the Laureate Professor of Linguistics and Agnes Nem Howry Chair at the College of Social and Behavioral Sciences at the University of Arizona. All of you should already know he is considered as the founder of modern linguistics and is one of the most cited scholars across various disciplines. Professor Chomsky introduced the concept of universal grammar, which underlies all human speech and is based in the innate structure of the mind and the brain. Chomsky has not only transformed the field of linguistics, but his work has also influenced a number of other fields such as cognitive science, philosophy, psychology, computer science, mathematics, childhood education, and anthropology. For those of us who are in the field of law and justice, he has also influenced our own disciplines. And today is very, very special because today is also the Human Rights Day. As an academic, Professor Chomsky has received numerous awards, including the Kyoto Prize in Basic Sciences, the Helmholtz Medal, and the Ben Franklin Medal in Computer and Cognitive Science. But Chomsky is also engaged in public intellectual and activist work, which has indeed inspired millions to continue the pursuit of justice in all its forms and manifestations. If you would like to reflect on the concept of higher education for the greater good, leadership, and institutional resilience, and look for an inspiring global public intellectual, Professor Chomsky is a good example to demonstrate how he has combined serious academic research with public dissemination of knowledge and activism for common good throughout his life and career. Without further ado, I would now like to invite Professor Noam Chomsky to deliver his keynote address on the theme of this year's conference. Over to you, Professor Chomsky.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Solved the technical problem. Well, I would like to begin by congratulating the recipients of these awards for truly impressive achievements, great promise of exciting contributions ahead. Would like to welcome you all to the Star Scholars Network, an organization which offers great hope for the future with its internationalism and its impressive contributions. We are meeting at a unique moment of human history, might be close to a terminal moment of human history, not an idle concern, by no means inevitable. Perhaps I can start with something that may seem remote. You, I'm sure, know about the famous Fermi paradox posed by the great physicist Enrico Fermi. In brief, where are they? His discipline of astrophysics demonstrates that there are a vast number of planets accessible to us with conditions similar enough to Earth so that they should be able to support life over time, intelligent life, perhaps even super intelligent life. So where are they? With the most diligent search, we cannot find the slightest hint of their existence. Well, one answer that's been offered is that intelligent life has indeed developed, maybe many times, but proved to be a lethal mutation and quickly destroyed itself. We know of only one case, humans on Earth. We are a very new species, only a few 100,000 years old. It's a blink of an eye in evolutionary time. And we seem to be intent on establishing this grim thesis. There has been reason for such suspicions since August 1945, when we learned that human intelligence had devised the means for self-annihilation. a day that's very vivid in my memory. Well, it hadn't quite reached that peak or perhaps depths yet at that point, but it was clear that the day was not far off. Technological developments would reach that point. And they did. A few years later, in 1953, when the United States and the Soviet Union exploded thermonuclear weapons, which can indeed carry out total annihilation. Well, in acknowledgement of this achievement of human intelligence, the hands of the famous doomsday clock, which encapsulates the world security situation, the hands were advanced to 2 minutes to midnight. Midnight means termination. The hands of the doomsday clock have oscillated since then as world circumstances varied. They did not reach 2 minutes to midnight again until quite recently, halfway through the Trump administration. In its final years, the analysts abandoned minutes altogether, shifted to seconds. Now the last setting of the clock, 100 seconds to midnight. It'll be set again in a few weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if it moves closer to midnight. Well, let's take a closer look. We are currently facing a confluence of very serious crises. It's important to be aware of the fact that to each of these crises, we know of feasible solutions, which could not only overcome the crises, but also open the door to a much better world, a much more livable world of much greater freedom and justice. Nevertheless, in each of these cases, we are rejecting the solutions and racing to a precipice, some of us more rapidly than others. To be more precise, it is not we who are racing to the precipice. Rather, it is those who Adam Smith called the masters of mankind. In his day, he was referring to the merchants and manufacturers of England. In our day, multinational corporations, financial institutions, other concentrations of private power, and governments that in no small measure are at their service. On the matter of service to the masters, evidence is compelling. It was compelling to Adam Smith 250 years ago. He pointed out that the masters of mankind make sure to use their power to control governments and to ensure that public policies will be to their benefit. In Smith's words, that their own interests are most peculiarly attended to, however grievous the effect on others, including the people of England, but much worse, the victims of what he called the savage justice of the Europeans, referring specifically to British crimes in India, which were by no means yet reaching their horrendous peak in his day. Well, from his day to ours, evidence has remained compelling. Illustrative cases are regularly on the front pages. Right now, in fact, as I'm sure you know, the US Congress is now debating a major program which, among other things, may be the last chance for the United States to take serious steps to arrest catastrophic global warming. The fate of the Republican Party, which is half Congress, is 100% opposed to denialist party. Anything to do with global warming, they want to stop in its tracks right away. So the fate of the measure is in the hands of a Democrat, Joe Manchin, chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. His official position, in his words, is innovation, but no elimination. In other words, no reduction of the use of fossil fuels. We should devote efforts to innovation, which maybe someday will develop now unknown technology that might remove from the atmosphere the poisons that we are pouring into it in the interests of short-term profit for the masters of mankind. Well, this slogan, innovation but no elimination, comes straight from the public relations department of ExxonMobil, leading US fossil fuel industry, and others like it. And if the denialist party returns to power next year, as it very well may, we will be back to racing towards the abyss as quickly as possible, picking up from the disastrous Trump years. Well, blocking of legislation that would harm the fossil fuel industry is not a malady specific to the United States. Let's consider what's happening right now as we meet. As we meet, governments of the world are pressuring oil producers to increase production. They have just been advised in the August IPCC report, by far the most dire yet. They've been advised that catastrophe is looming unless we begin immediately to reduce fossil fuel use year by year, effectively phasing it out by mid-century. Well, in the wake of that warning, petroleum industry journals are euphoric about the discovery of new fields to exploit as demand for oil increases. The business press soberly debates whether the US fracking industry or the oil cartel OPEC is best placed to increase production. That's one hand. The other hand is the warning that we must terminate fossil fuel use beginning immediately, certain percentage each year, till it's phased out within a few decades. Well, as you know, there was just an important meeting in Glasgow, COP26, International Conference on Global Warming and what to do about it. Actually, at Glasgow, there were two events. One event took place within the stately halls, distinguished men and women discussing, debating, not what to do, but how to not do anything. In fact, the major conclusion that they reached was, let's meet again next year while the world burns, and maybe we'll be able to figure something out then. Actually, the proposals that were made are worth looking into closely. You may have noticed that the American negotiator, John Kerry, at one point was euphoric about the fact that We have now passed a major milestone. The market is on our side. Major investors have joined us in committing themselves to solve this existential problem. He was referring to an announcement by the CEO of Blackstone, one of the great investment firms, saying that investors had gotten together, community investors, and had agreed to put $130 trillion to work to overcome global warming. With $130 trillion and the market on our side, how can we lose? Until we look at the footnotes. You look at the small print, turns out, yes, they're willing to put $130 trillion into this effort as long as two conditions are met. One, the investments are profitable to them, and two, they're guaranteed against risk. The IMF will give a guarantee that if there's any loss, they're compensated. So the investor community is willing to join as long as they can make a lot of money and face no risk, because the public will ensure that to assume any risk that might take place. So that's the great news. Well, there was another event at Glasgow in the streets. Tens of thousands of people, mostly young people, were demonstrating, demanding that those inside take the measures that they know are available to address this looming crisis and to open the way to a world in which young people and their children can survive and move on to further progress. That was outside. Which of these two events prevails will determine the future of the human species and the huge number of other species that we are wantonly destroying in our mad race, the mad race of the masters for greater profit and power while there's still time. Well, this is not the first time that humanity has faced severe threats, though now, never before have the threats been so dire as at the present moment. And we can learn something by looking at past somewhat similar experiences. One of them was 90 years ago. Happened to be my childhood, remember it very well. The world was facing very serious crises. The depression of the 1930s was extreme. Poverty was far worse than today. There were several ways to escape the crisis. Continental Europe picked one of those ways: fascism, Nazism, the depths of human history. In the United States, a different way was chosen: a militant working class, sympathetic president turned to social democracy. Post-war Europe moved in the same direction. That led to what economists call the golden age of capitalism. 1950s, 1960s, highest growth rate ever, egalitarian growth, lowest quintile, did as well as the highest quintile. Great progress, many flaws, but from an economic point of view, a remarkable achievement. Well, the masters of the universe, they objected, they resisted. But until the 1970s, they were unable to reverse the course. By the late 1970s, the business offensive was making progress. The progress that was made was captured eloquently in 1978 by the president of the United Auto Workers Union. He resigned from a business labor commission that President Carter had established. And in resigning, he issued a statement, which I'll quote. It captures very well the transition from the golden age to the neoliberal period that followed. He said he condemned the masters, the business leaders, for having chosen to wage a one-sided class war, a war against working people, the unemployed, the poor, the minorities, the very young, the very old, and the many in the middle class of our society. And having broken and discarded the fragile, unwritten compact previously existing during a period of growth and progress, the New Deal years, the Golden Age. That was 1978. Shortly after, Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher took office. The one-sided class war took off full steam. Their first acts, both of them, were to smash unions using illegal methods, permanent replacement workers, scabs, opening the door to the corporate sector to follow suit. They and their advisors understood that it was imperative to deprive working people of their main means of defense against what was to come. Well, for those with eyes open, what was to come was never in doubt. You may recall Ronald Reagan's inaugural address, 1981, which the main theme was captured in his phrase, "Government is the problem, not the solution." Well, if government isn't making the decisions don't disappear. They move somewhere else. They move from government, which is partially accountable to the population, to concentrated private power, which is totally unaccountable to the population. That's the shift of decision-making about the nature of the society. And how those decisions should be made was explained at the same time by the economic guru of the neoliberal movement, Milton Friedman, came out with an important article in which he said that corporations have a single responsibility to enrich themselves and to enrich the management. To incorporate is actually a gift from the public. It confers many advantages that the public offers if you incorporate. But according to the doctrine, that gift imposes no responsibilities. Your only responsibility is self-enrichment. So put it all together, decisions shift from government, partially accountable to the population, to private concentrations of power, which have the sole responsibility of self-enrichment. So it didn't take a genius to imagine what was going to happen over the next 40 years. And we now have some estimates of it from high-level sources. Recently, the highly regarded Rand Corporation, quasi-governmental, highly respected, did analysis of what they call the transfer of wealth from the lower 90% of the population, the working class, the middle class, the poor, lower 90% in income, the transfer of wealth from them to the very top, to 1%, even a fraction of 1%, over the past 40 years. Their estimate is about $50 trillion, not small change, over 40 years. That's actually an underestimate. Doesn't take into account many other devices that were used in what amounts to highway robbery of the general public, leading to unparalleled inequality, concentration of power and wealth. For most of the population, majority, it's meant stagnation. Real male wages in the United States for non-supervisory workers are actually less than they were in 1979. For most people, it's a precarious existence, paycheck to paycheck, very little reserve in case of any emergency. Meanwhile, social welfare, social services have been undermined, not just in the United States, everywhere the neoliberal plague has attacked the population. The claim is that this is a turn to markets. It's what you see if you look it up in the dictionary. It's not what it is. It's class war. It's what economists have called a bailout economy. As soon as this neoliberal assault began, it was an enormous growth of financial institutions. They had been carefully regulated before, so no major crises. As soon as the Reagan administration began, financial crises came with it, each one worse than the last. Each one led to a public bailout. It's been called by economists a bailout economy. In fact, the International Monetary Fund did a study in which they estimated that the profits of major U.S. banks come primarily from the understanding that they will be bailed out if they get into trouble, meaning the banks get cheap credit, can access to easy money, they can make risky investments which are profitable, knowing that if anything goes wrong, the taxpayer will pay for it, gives them huge profits. That's the bailout economy. This is one-sided class war. Working people and the poor are indeed thrown into the market. They are to suffer the ravages of the market. Survive if you can. The masters are protected by a powerful state, as in the radically protectionist arrangements that are ludicrously called free trade agreements. One of the reasons today why the processes to produce vaccines are not made available to the developing world, which could bring to an end the raging pandemic, prevent the mutations which are leading to new and more dangerous variants, but you have to protect them. Same with Thatcher. Her mantra was, there is no society. You survive somehow on your own, unless, of course, you're among the masters. Then there's a rich society, not only the government that you largely control, but chambers of commerce, business roundtable, trade associations, and more. So a rich society to protect you. And the consequences have been profound, quite apart from the vast robbery of the public. The assault has engendered anger, resentment, conspiracy theories about hidden powers causing your malaise, anti-vax movements, a lot more. It's also created fertile terrain for demagogues of the Trump variety who can hold up a banner with one hand saying, I'm your protector, I love you, while stabbing you in the back with the other. During the Trump administration, there was one legislative achievement. the tax bill of 2017, what economist Joseph Stiglitz called the donor relief bill of 2017, a vast gift to the super rich and the corporate sector, stabbing everyone else in the back. At the same time, there are very visible steps towards proto-fascism, actually all the way, some analysts argue. Very sober, highly respected voices are sounding the alarm about the collapse of American democracy with dire consequences for the world. Among them, leading commentators of the London Financial Times, world's leading business press, who warn that the United States is being driven to autocracy by a radical party with a reactionary agenda, which actually ranks alongside the far-right European parties with neo-fascist origins. Well, that's a bird's eye view of where I think we are now. It's not graven in stone. Plenty of counter forces on climate, mainly the young. Terrible indictment of my generation when Greta Thunberg told the Assembly of the Masters at Davos, Switzerland, that you have betrayed us. She was right. The words should be seared in our conscience. It's not too late, but we don't have much time to hear these words, to heed these words. Well, there's no time to talk about it. There are dangerous steps all around the world to escalate conflict, leading to very serious, threatening conflicts. All of this takes place against a background that's plain and stark. The US inherited the mantle of global dominance from Britain, substantially extending its reach. China's a rising power. It's bound to play a major role in world affairs. The crises that we face are all international. Pandemics, destruction of the environment, no borders, nor does nuclear war. The US and China will either cooperate in addressing these crises or we are doomed. Cooperation is certainly achievable, just as in the other crises we face, which have solutions that are within reach. The question we face is whether we have the will, we have the moral intelligence to save ourselves from cataclysms that our technical intelligence has created, or whether we will choose to show that higher intelligence really may be a lethal mutation, providing an unhappy answer to Fermi's paradox. The answers to these grim questions are in your hands. Good luck in dealing with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chomsky. Everyone, please unmute yourself and clap your hands and let's sing happy birthday to Professor Chomsky together. And our friend Raju will end with the video. It's been a very momentous occasion here. It's time to definitely take stock of and think the nationalistic thinking has plagued the world, and it has unfortunately turned into fertile ground for demagogues. So true. Thank you, Professor Chomsky, for sounding the alarm. The world needs you in these difficult times, Professor Chomsky. I hope your somber remarks will be heeded by the powers that be. As you said, collaboration is achievable. That is the bright side. Do we have the will? Let's hope and pray. Professor Chomsky, many friends have sent birthday messages to you. And many say that they happen to have the birthday on the same day, on Tuesday. Adi, Naima, Lynn, Andrew, George, and Sumana, among other friends, have sent me messages. There are thousands of happy birthday messages throughout our social media flooding to us. So in all honesty, I wanted to convey it to you as flowers from over 17,000 STAR members spanning across 115 different countries, our members in over 2,000 universities send you birthday messages. And we will sing a little birthday song here by unmuting ourselves. Everybody, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Happy birthday
to
to
you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Professor Chomsky. Happy birthday to you.
That's beautiful.
Blow the candles out on a virtual cake.
Yes, imagine the virtual candles. Our friend Raju will end this with a little video played. Let's see if it comes through this time.
Raju, I hope the audio will come this time.
Let's try.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a minute. Yeah.
Yes. As Raju is trying to play this video, we should acknowledge that we have all faced technology challenges over the past couple of years of this pandemic. But at the same time, we have also realized the power of technology, right? Otherwise, all of us sitting in different parts of the world would not be able to occupy this space, single space of the Zoom room. That's something we really should be very thankful about. Let's see if our young friend Raju is able to play the video again.
IT team, could you please advise me how should I enable the sound?
It's learning process.
That's fine, Raju. That's fine.
Yeah, just
हेलो
hello, yes sir.
सर बॉटम साइड में साउंड क्लिक करने का ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा
Bottom sound. Oh, sorry. On the left side.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have
That's a little bit Hindi for all of you. Our IT guy is instructing in Hindi, which is the local language here.
Ma'am, bottom side there is an option that's
And that's English, which
open.
Uttam had learned here in India before he went to the United States.
When you start the video, there is an option.
Okay.
In
Just
bottom side, there is an option.
Just a second.
It's okay, Raju. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
We
I think,
promise next time Raju will come better prepared. He will learn this for Professor Chomsky.
fine. Thank you, Professor Chomsky. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all. Thank you all for joining this session on behalf of OPJGU Global University, the host university. I sincerely apologize for any technical glitches. We are working with very young students here who are volunteering for this conference.
along with a couple of technical team staff. And it's quite late at night here, actually. It's 10 p.m. So I guess the student was actually sitting with the IT staff all day, but now I think they're back in their own apartment. So they are not in the same physical space. So he's having difficulty in following instruction. So that's the issue. But thank you all for your patience. And once again, happy birthday, Professor Chomsky. And we are going to make sure we have the music for you next year during the award ceremony. And wherever you are, stay safe and stay healthy. We will join again for the day 2 proceedings tomorrow at the STAR 2021 conference.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.